Hi friends, good evening. And this is Ankit, your host from India, and we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from US. Hi Kimberly, namaste. Good morning to America. Good
Um,
morning to the world.
and namaste and good evening to you, Ankit. Wow, I don't know about you, but I really enjoyed the cafe last night. It just felt good to feel like I was sitting outside with a group of people enjoying an evening out. So that was a lot of
It
fun.
was a good show. I mean, I think people have liked it, and we are getting more shows lining up with Alex and other musicians. So it was a good show, and it was a good start. It was a super Sunday for us. We had hosted a nice digital play with a little love story, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
followed by the brand ambassadors of Future Kids Talk Show with Amishi and Luna, and then we had an amazing discussion on Ayurveda, and followed by great Alexandra.
Right. I mean, it just was a super Sunday, as you called it,
Yeah.
right? It's super energizing, relaxing. We didn't really focus a lot on the COVID crisis. It felt good to kind of reset.
Yeah.
And today is Monday Economics.
Yeah.
Right? We're going to talk about the economics, the impact that it's playing on us, but also just some good things that we could be doing moving forward. Because that's what Nick and I started the original TV series for, was to bring you financial fitness skill sets and help you start thinking about those things and inspire you to do that, and also to help people get companies started and get their name brand distributed. But Ankit and I, uh, we're working on this world news show so that we can share you all kinds of information, not just those two things. Ankit, how have you enjoyed this?
Yeah, yeah, obviously, it's
Yeah,
a great time and it's a great experience, and I'm thoroughly enjoying it and looking forward for more shows lining up
yeah.
around the world.
I've learned a lot. I don't know about you, but I
Well,
have just learned so much. So much about the world, so much
yeah,
about our health, our body, our immunities, obesity. We talked about obesity this
yeah,
weekend. But now it's time to talk about our financial situation, because if we're not healthy in our finances, we're going to be in trouble. Is
and I
that
think
right?
this is a time to talk about the re-entry and how we can re-enter post-lockdown and re-entry, especially for small and medium businesses, because people are talking about big businesses. I think they can manage; they still have a room to play, but we need to make sure that our small and medium businesses, which I think I'm not sure about US, but in India, more 50% of the GDP comes from the small and medium businesses. So I
No.
think if we plan a re-entry strategy and we plan it well, I think that would work wonders. And I believe personally that during the next 1 year, if we plan our strategy stage wise, be it our lockdown, be it our economic, be it our business, anything like that, I think that would make wonder. What do you think, Kim?
I think so. Yeah, and we've got some way awesome people who are help guiding us through this situation with some very, very experienced and knowledged information. I'm anxious to, like everyone else, I want to get out and start interacting, even though I'm more of an introvert. We discussed that yesterday, and I but I look at the stats, which I want to share with people. The Georgia situation, right? They opened up on Thursday, the barber shops and life, and they say 2 days later they have this high infectious rate. But I just want to put a little bit of common sense and level headedness into this. It takes about 2 weeks before you have your symptoms. I don't think that they went out and tested everybody that went out and got their hair cut, their nails done, and things like that. So I truly do not believe that when they opened up on Thursday, that 2 days later, that data was from 2 days earlier. I think that the data that they collected 2 days later was them still trying to reach their peak from 2 weeks earlier. And I know this sounds confusing, but think of it this way: it takes 2 weeks generally for you to know whether you have the virus.
Yeah. No, I got a point. I got a point, but Kim, there is one more thing that I mean, symptoms take from 1 day to 14 days. So it might be a possibility that once they open up, they some people have symptoms initially.
Yeah.
or maybe some people are carrying the symptoms over a period of time, and then once they have opened the lockdown, they are able to test themselves, because the testing is a problem around the world right now.
Right.
And what happened? I mean, in India, there's a committee set up just to check how much we have paid for to China for the test kits, and the test kits are not working as the way it should be. So
Wow.
that's something going on. Yeah.
That's very concerning because truly the reentry policies everywhere we go, for every doctor we spoke with, all the reentry policies engage in testing.
Yeah.
So, and to me, testing became the means of revenue for major revenue for companies, not the vaccine or the medication treatments that everybody's touting everywhere. To me, the money seems to be in the testing, because if you have to test somebody every day like they do their glucosamine, or once a month for cholesterol, then your test kits skyrocket. Think about it, right? So so they're finding out that the test kits are, what's wrong with them? Are they just fake, counterfeit? What's wrong with them?
I don't know. I mean, so there is not much information available, but it's just that the test kits are not up to the mark, and I mean, doctors or maybe medical staff, they're not able to use it. Some are faulty, as what they say, but we are not sure what is the fault. So until unless we have a detailed news, I mean, with a good source, I mean, we can't comment. But I mean, it's happening around the world. It's not about India. I mean, we have news from different parts of Europe and other countries that they receive a lot of medical supplies from China, and I mean, those are not working, or those are faulty, or things like that. So you never know what's going on.
No, you've got to take into consideration that these fast rapid test kits came around real fast. We know that they're not there to test the PRC or PC or whatever, the main
Yeah.
part. It's just there to test if you could have had COVID
Yeah.
or may have it now. And it's like a pregnancy test. And they even have announced many times, I'm certain it's in the disclaimer. I've actually read some of the disclaimers that it's just not going to be 100% accurate. The idea is to get as many people as possible tested, and then you get those results back. What's the ratio of failure rate?
Yeah.
We don't know until the test kits get out there, but they know it's not 100%. And I think people need to quit looking for something that's 100% right now, and
Yeah.
still practice the one thing that even all the doctors, Dr. Sagu, Dr. Tula, Dr. Art, Amadi, I mean, all of them
Yeah.
say, what do they say?
They are just wait and watch, and then just they are following the right things, whatever they have discussed, and taking things at a time. And so no one wants to comment on what's going on in terms of infrastructure. They just know that whatever resources are available, we have to plan and things based on those resources, and buy new resources based on testing and the proper sourcing. I mean, because doctors don't want to get into these kind of situations where we'll discuss about the infrastructure and all the things. They know that there are limited supplies, and they have to manage it accordingly. That is what the concern is.
So I think we got some guests in the backstage area. Are they working yet?
I don't know. I mean, I didn't get any reward from anyone, so I think they are just trying to fix up the mic or something.
I think they're still working on the sound, and people technically sometimes it's very, very difficult. I'm gonna send them a message or hit the volume up. He might have already tried all of these things.
I believe that he's using a desktop. I'm not sure, but it looks like.
Nick uses a desktop.
No, but that means the desktop doesn't have a microphone or something. Maybe I'm not sure. Just a guess that.
That's why Nick says use your headset. Oh Lordy!
Yeah, you got to use your headset. Anyway, I was working with Terry on backstage, and he's going to get a headset and going to get fixed up, but he's going to be on later on this week. I mean, probably we'll bring him on Friday or whenever the doctors.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the thing is, so he can explain the CARES Act and how it can work for them, especially the ones that are in certain areas that are not. They're not doing anything because they were shut down because of the coronavirus.
Well, I hate that he can't join us because right now, because I really wanted to know the CARES Act like today.
Oh yeah, I know. I know. There's a lot of people that want to know about it today, but unfortunately, his audio doesn't work today,
Right.
and that's the first time we've had that um, experience. But it could be. See, the real problem is you don't know if it's internal or external. I don't think it's with the StreamYard system. It's with the individual systems that people use. So you just got to have the systems that are up to date. So what do we have going on this week? And kiddos. Yeah. What do we have for the week?
So we have, Tuesdays lined up for celebrities. We have invited a lot of celebrities tomorrow, so waiting for the confirmation. Wednesday, we have an interesting show with talking about AI and bots. So we have a one demo with a company from UK, and then followed by business discussions with Ganesh and Abhijit and people. We are always there on the board. And then I've invited a special guest from one of the traders association in India. So he'll be joining a little late on Wednesday.
Okay.
Thursday, it's all about the podcasters. We have lined up a lot of podcasters. So
did you actually get them lined up? Because the thing is, the podcasters were kind of funny. They were almost like startups. And I didn't see, they seemed to like not email me, but they guess they emailed you then, or somehow they got over to you. So we do have the podcasters. Yeah. Okay, good. And then Friday, we got Dr.
Friday also, we have lined up a couple of people. I don't remember right now, but there are some lined up on Friday as well. And I think, so one of the live coaches will be there on Friday, and also a mental coach who talks about the mental therapies. Okay. And there are a couple of more people on Friday. And also on Wednesday, we have a special guest on our show, David K. Johnson, joining us at 12:30.
Okay, really? Wow. Okay, yeah, I think on Thursday, we have RJ Grabanowitz, who he's Wednesday. Okay, he runs Web Talk, which has 4.8 million subscribers. I mean, I've known him for several years now. He runs a very nice thing. And I think today you actually got Ed Schneider on back again from Yale University. I saw him. I was kind of shocked, surprised, pleasantly, by the way, that Professor Schneider's going to be on to give us an update on how do we get out of the mess or what the economy is going to look like after this. So, the
topic with Professor Schneider is that how we can reopen or re-enter the economy, especially for small and medium businesses.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I mean, that would be the strategy for our discussion with.
I'm uber excited about seeing David K. Johnson. I haven't seen him.
David K. Johnson. What day is he going to be on?
You didn't hear Ankit say that?
No, I was trying to work with Terry to get the computer thing working.
Ankit was trying to share with you. David K. is joining us Wednesday, right?
Yeah, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, right. Yeah. And for the people who don't know, he's a Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times bestselling author, and writes a lot of, and he's great. He's great in front of the tube. I think he's been on 60 Minutes like David K. Walker. He's been on a lot of programs. He was on our original Money Master show 4 years ago now. I don't want to go back.
I'm going to say, you know what? Big deal. He was on 60 Minutes. He was on our show.
It was on our show. Yeah, right. But
anybody can get on 60 Minutes.
yeah, that's true. So sounds like we have a very exciting lineup for this week.
Yeah,
a lot of good people coming on board, and that is a good thing, as they would say. In the meantime, coronavirus has shut down most of the United States. It's like, but then they have plans to reopen, which we're going to find to be pretty.
Well, so Georgia reopened, right? And now they're coming back and saying it was a catastrophe, but I think they're overreacting again because they opened on Thursday, and 2 days later, their numbers shot up. And I'm sitting here thinking, wait a minute.
Nothing to do with it. Yeah.
No, right, because your numbers came from
before, right? It's an incubation period, so the numbers won't shoot up for another week or so.
But everybody, again, if you go read all
they panic and they're wrong.
Yeah, they're like blowing it out of water, and I'm like, no.
All right. Well, I mean, the thing is that people have to use some common sense in terms of the mask, the gloves, social distancing. In other words, if they just use common sense, they should be okay.
They're not though.
And they won't. No, they won't. No, Atlanta. What will be really hilarious if this happens? Atlanta overtaking New York City, being the coronavirus capital of the United States. And if that does happen, then it shows just lack of leadership in the state of Georgia. But we'll
Well,
see.
there's a lack of leadership in our country too, because I think Rakesh said this as well over the weekend. We
Hey,
have
Rakesh from Hong Kong is here. Do you want me to bring him on?
right. Well, bring him on. But he had mentioned this that we have no
I'm going to start quoting
one
Rakesh.
leadership direction for all of
No,
this.
no, it's a hydra. It's a headless hydra. Okay, here's really what's going on. You ever see a headless hydra play whack-a-mole? Okay, where he's whacking. Well, that's what we got. We got a headless hydra playing whack-a-mole. And
I just love your similes, Nick.
Yeah, but it's absolutely true. And the thing is, to actually mitigate, you won't eliminate, but mitigate it. Okay, you do need to protect yourself, so you need a certain amount of protection: the mask, the gloves, the social distancing. Then you do have to get those little meters, which as soon as I get mine, I'll show people what they are, because the next step, if you do get it, is treatment. Early intervention seems to make a difference. So you need to do the treatments next. And then finally, way down the line will be the vaccine, because as we well know last week, remdesivir and hydroxychloroquine both failed clinical trials. In other words, they basically said they're worthless. And I've been down that road before. Doesn't mean there's something out there that could be a potential game changer vaccine. It just means the first two ones aren't going to work. Remember, IBM, the mainframe, identified 77 potential cures and treatments for COVID-19, and it looks like we've blown through 2 of them, but we still have 73 to go.
So, we've had some real conversations with real doctors who are actually really doing things. Mm-hmm. Dr. Art says that he just generally does the symptomatic treatments, and that he's had 0 deaths.
Dr. Art was great. We need to bring him back on again.
We have our other doctors, Dr. Tula and Dr. Chu, who report to us what's going on in their country. And then we have other doctors who have shared different things that they've been doing. And one of them has been using plasma from patients who've recovered. Right. And that plasma has had some very positive, and that makes sense to me. If we're fighting a virus, to reuse the immunity system from another person, it's healthy, it's no foreign matter, and they know that it's a clean way to do this. Mm-hmm. And we've got enough recovered patients, 888,000 right now, to treat new coming patients, if we're smart, with plasma from these patients. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it seems to me, again, the results speak for themselves. As they say in law, res ipsa loquitur. So for the lawyers, res ipsa loquitur.
Right. Check out this new mask, guys. Look at this gray over here, this gray mask. Isn't that cool?
Well, the difference between cool and it works. Okay, cool and it works. See, I have an N95, and the thing is, they say that the real key thing is, does the particles go through or not? Right. So you have to have a mask that basically protects from the particles getting in, and none of this is 100%. But what you're doing is you're playing the odds. What you want to do is reduce the probability. It's just like if you want to be an NFL football player, do you know just going from high school to college, it's only 6.5% will make it into college, and of the college to pros, it's 1.2%. Well, what are you doing when you wear the mask, the gloves, and you do social distancing? You're reducing the odds of actually getting it. And then, let's say you did get it, having those oximeters, early treatment, and then also apparently going to the right doctor that has the right treatment makes a difference. And this is where Germany did a really good job, apparently, of testing, getting people early on, and then continually testing them so that the death rates were relatively low. And they don't do this in the stats here. Yeah, they do. Death per, let's go to the column way down over there. Death per 1 million, right over here, third from the last. Stat people will like that. It says death. Yeah, it's third from the last. They don't highlight this, but this is probably the most important stat. Everybody looks at deaths and new cases. Okay, but that's not the most important stat. It's third from the last, and they don't even highlight it. Deaths per 1 million population. Now, why is that important? This is your odds buddy. Okay, anybody in Las Vegas plays the odds. Las Vegas is closed, by the way. I would love to have Drew on, but he doesn't like to be in front of cameras because of what he does for a living. But the reason why it's so important is look at Germany. Death per 1 million population is 71. So even though they have people that are infected, the amount of people that actually pass away is very low, which means their treatments are pretty high. Turkey looks to be very good. But again, Russia and China, here's the problem with them, is quality of data. Okay, if you're a analyst, you look at data, but you also look at quality of data. And the real question of anything coming from Russia and China is the quality of that data good or not? And see, we don't know because they're not transparent enough. So you kind of like take those numbers with a grain of salt. Brazil showing 20, so that if that's true, could be a they're doing something right because the death per 1 million makes a difference. Now, USA is sitting at 167, Spain 503. Spain, Italy, and France aren't doing as good a job as the United States when it comes to treating people. Now, there's a lot of factors that take place in the death per 1 million. Part of it is late diagnosis. In other words, as they say in the United States, a lot of the people come in and they're almost clinically dead before they go see the doctor. Then they die. I mean,
don't wait till you turn blue, folks.
Yeah, right.
Said, I don't want to see blue patient.
Yeah, the patient comes seriously. The patient comes in blue, and so part of it is the self-responsibility, which we don't teach. And this is very sad because the thing is, the first thing that should come out of the mouth of the leaders here is personal responsibility. What you can do to mitigate to improve the chances that you don't become one of the clinically dead. And one of them, of course, is social distancing. They went through that. The wearing of the mask. They demand that in certain cities here in North Carolina, wear the mask. No one talks about the gloves. Now, I put on these latex gloves and take them off because, remember, it's highly transmittable if you touch something that someone else touches. That's another.
I want to know something. Do you sanitize your gloves after you take them off, or are they disposable?
They're disposable.
Okay.
I get rid of them, but I'm just saying that what it is that I'm increasing the odds of not getting it by social distancing,
Right.
gloves, and
That's
masks.
smart.
Then what happens is that's the reason I'm ordering the little test kit for your blood oxygen level, because if you wait to get your test kit while you're deathly sick, that's stupid. Okay, you need to have these little oxygen kits available now so you can test your blood oxygen level yourself. I mean, the thing is you can do it yourself, and then if it reads too low, then you have to go see a doctor. And of course, you have the thermometer to see if you have a temperature, because part of the problem that, at least from what I've seen, is that people walk around sick and they don't even know that they're sick, and that's pretty dangerous. And then by the time they realize it, it gets to be too late. So this way, what you're doing is basically decreasing that number, the death per 1 million population, because if that was, negligible, they wouldn't even bother to shut down the economy. They'd go, okay, it's what they call an acceptable mortality statistic. But unfortunately, it's pretty high, and this thing's pretty contagious. So we're going to have, there's a lot of work an individual can do before you throw it upon the leaders to open the economy and do this and do that. And so we're just going to have to.
Yeah, some of the things we're learning great from our doctors, which to me helps with the economic situation, is increase your immune
Community.
Right.
Yeah.
Build it up, and then that increases your ability to go back to work. It increases your ability to fight the disease.
Yes. Okay. Increasing your immunities. There was a one of the physicians mentioned quercetin, which I did look up. Obviously, it is actually, and also IBM listed it to be the number 5 potential ways to prevent coronavirus. Quercetin. I don't even know what. Actually,
how do you spell it? I was trying to
QUERCITIN or something like that.
Say that again.
QUER.
Okay.
I think it's QUERCITIN or something like that. Let me get this spelling right. But the thing is, I did a fact check on it. It looks to be
Quercetin. Okay.
Yeah, QUERCETIN. Okay. And the thing is, the reason I was researching it, I was going, well, yeah, I've seen 2 data points where it looks to be good. One of our physicians mentioned it. Number 2, it was number 5 or number 7 in IBM's top 77 things to look at by their artificial intelligent computer called the Summit. It's in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, where they actually did all the nuclear testing and reactors. And in other words, they have they have a big brainiacs sitting in Oak Ridge, Tennessee. So quercetin is something definitely to look at, because you're right, boosting your immune system can mitigate the effects of you becoming that statistic over to the end. And that's what people need to do. Now, here's what I hear from our leaders: open the economy, close the economy, go to hydroxychloroquine. Oh, we're going to come out with a miracle drug. They give no coaching at all to individuals as what they should do. And it's really pathetic. I mean, to have the largest economy in the world with purportedly the top experts in the world give no coaching whatsoever. That is pathetic. There it is, quercetin. Now, again, are
Capers. I don't like capers, but I think I'm going to start eating them.
I know. I was
just going to start pouring it in. Curry and capers.
Curry is good for you also. Now, is any of this 100%? The answer is no. Yeah. But what you're doing, it's just like when you invest in stocks or you work in data analysis, what you're doing is increasing your odds so that you have a lesser chance of being affected by this. And everything that you can do to increase your odds means you don't fall into that particular bad category. I'll just give you an example, a bad way to increase your odds. If you want to look at the reverse, okay, let's imagine you decide to go to New York, don't wear a mask, okay, and spend a lot of time in nursing homes. That's probably not good on your odds. You see what I mean? So people individually can increase or decrease their odds. Going to New York without a mask and visiting nursing homes probably decreases your odds tremendously. So what I'm doing is I'm saying, let's look at things that increase your odds. And there it is. Yeah, quercetin. Next time I'm in a pharmacy, see, I've been self-isolating, so I'm going to buy that stuff. First I was going, no, I don't want to buy that junk. But hey, look, if the mainframe says, the physicians say, who am I to say no? Give it.
So this brings up something to me though, because we're each individually different in probably what's in our system. Some of us might higher level already. So I think it's going to break down to us each individually, and we're going to have some sort of special chip inside us, and it tests all of these immunity things for us, and it will tell us, you need more quercetin, you need more grapeseed extract.
Remember when we went to the CS and FinTech, they were already developing these wristwatches and rings and things like that do medical testing on you, and then they relay them to mainframe computers. In other words, they basically monitor your vitals.
Yeah, but it's only your outside. I'm talking about what test you.
Yeah. That's what Bill Gates says. Stick it inside, and then everybody goes, "Oh, you can't do that." But we chip our dog. I mean, so that if our dog gets lost, we can find it. Certainly, you can chip yourself. Yeah, it is. The next generation will be less reluctant to do what you're just describing.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it if you're getting your blood tested every day anyway. Sure. Why not just go ahead and put the chip in you, right? Why sit there and prick your finger every day, risking infection? And
the next time the dentist puts a filling in, make them put a chip in there, and
Wow.
Well, I mean,
That's great. I never thought of that.
There you go. There's different ways to do that. Actually, Bobby Fischer, the famous chess player, accused the Russians of doing that to his teeth, that they were monitoring him through that. But I think certainly that in the future you're actually going to see that. And even though today we know Fitbit and a lot of monitoring can take place. And remember, we interviewed somebody in PBS Las Vegas that was already doing development on that. Remember the physician who actually was working on these little rings and things that communicate directly with computers and mainframes. So
it's just a matter of time.
The sad part is a lot of this technology is available. It just has never been mass produced on a global basis and sold on a global basis because the supply demand wasn't there for them. But I can see that that could change. As a matter of fact, I believe a lot of the companies that are coming out are actually that are sending people back to work are doing head scans and testing as they bring people back to work. Some of them, we're not really sure how good they are. They're doing a thermometer, but come on, we know it's dormant, so you're not going to have a fever at that time. But again, why do they do it? It's all about the odds. You're decreasing your odds of getting somebody who's contaminated, even though that's not really a good way to do that. Then they're putting social distancing.
People were contaminating us by coming to work sick anyway. So I'm kind of happy about the fever scanner,
Right.
because now the people who are coming into work with a cold or a flu, they're stopped at the door now.
Yeah, right.
Yay!
Again,
No.
all this stuff, everything that we're discussing is not perfect, but it's all about the numbers. It's about the odds, what you can do to improve or not improve your odds. We already know ways you cannot improve your odds. Move to New York City, go to nursing homes, visit people without masks. That brings your odds down. I mean, you're
But do you think,
get it. Yes.
do you think or do you agree? Because people are not having enough masks. They are wearing the same mask again and again. And as per doctors, N95 mask is good enough for 12 to 14 hours.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And
Well, still using the same mask. They don't have enough masks to go out. And
I have the N95 and I don't get coaching on it. See, I guess I got to go find a coach on that because.
We have him. He comes on our show. He tells us.
Well, the thing is, I think I can wash and sterilize it, but I'll have to go back to one.
If we wash and sterilize it, there's a shelf life basically. And unless we use it a UV rays to destroy the viruses or whatever it is,
right.
It won't work. Or maybe a good sunlight would work, but I doubt it will. It might be for a couple of days. You can't wear it for a lifetime. So
right. Yeah.
I know a lot of people are using the same mask again and again, and I don't know how they are managing it out, but this is not the way. And also, suppose if you are wearing a mask and if you reach out to your home, where should you put that mask?
Yeah, good point.
My son has a system down. He's like me, boy. He whips it into shape a lot faster than I did. So he has a system down now up there where he's at in New York. And when they come in the house, they have to take out all their outer layer clothes and put it in the washing machine and their mask. So he's made the whole house mask. Yeah. And the masks are for daily, they use them for a day, but they can't reuse them. So they have to sanitize.
And I totally agree. But why isn't on our leaders discussing this? In other words, it should be one of the primary things to discuss is mask and gloves. Yeah. I mean, I've listened to a lot of
your outer layer clothing when you've been out.
But why isn't the media discussing this? In the United States of America, purportedly the world's largest economy and the best healthcare system, we do not bring in the best of the healthcare to the general public. So what's happening is we have a really big failure in our media and a failure in our healthcare system by doing proper delivery of potential solutions and increasing the odds.
So should we get Mr. Rogers on? Welcome, children.
Exactly.
Then you put it to the floor.
Of course. The thing is, the basic fundamental coaching that could be taking place instead becomes nothing at all. In other words, what happens here is it's all, we got to get our economy back and running, or our economy is not running, or people are dying, or we need to produce more vents. Okay, without giving people the odds. 80% of the people that hit the vent will die. 80%. Okay. But we don't want to give those odds out. Instead, let's mass produce them. So they get General Motors to mass produce zillions of vents. Okay. Maybe not a bad thing, because maybe 20% is better than 0%, but it's really an end game play. You've already basically lost the game. This is our Hail Mary to keep you alive. And that's what it is. Let's go back to the basics from the beginning to the end of this.
The problem I have with the ventilators is they know that there's a problem when you are put on the ventilator, then you're not producing the red blood cells that you need to the rest of your organs, and that's why you die. Why aren't we fixing that problem? That's the problem I have with the whole system. We know, so now it's up to your body to decide whether you live or die. And 90% of the time, or 80% of the time, we know that the people are going to die. Why haven't we fixed that one little problem to that.
No, yeah, and then also
Why
increase
didn't
your
you
odds.
just send them to the death chamber?
And increase your immunity, and in the event you do get it. In other words, build your immune system as much as possible. But we don't discuss this, and unfortunately, you or us, we have to make lifestyle changes to do that. And so there's a whole litany of things that people can do, but this is not what we're going to hear. Every day, all I hear is how many people lived, how many people died, how did it increase, and then what else do you hear? Oh, the economy's going down. The economy's going down. We need to do this. No solutions. It's like we're not.
No, actually, I hear. Thank you, Trump. Hi, Trump.
Rakesh, I think something to say. Yes, Rakesh.
What's
Yeah, I
that?
was just
Yeah, Rakesh.
I'd mentioned Dr. Mike Hansen, and
Yes.
in one of his videos, he had mentioned that by the time you need a ventilator, the stuff that makes up your lungs, the alveoli, they're already shot.
Mhm.
They're
Yeah.
already shot. So, and he actually puts scans of your alveoli by the time you need a ventilator and what it is in the normal situation. In a normal situation, if you take an X-ray of your lungs, it's almost transparent. But by the time you need a ventilator, if you take an X-ray of the lungs, it's almost opaque. The lungs. You can, in a normal X-ray, you can see the ribs, and the contrast is the black part, which is your lungs, which are totally invisible for an X-ray. But for somebody who's already, who's put on a ventilator, the whole thing is opaque. So your alveoli are already shot. So it's really going to be very difficult to breathe if the main place where the gas exchange takes place is not working.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I saw in his
That's a very good summary.
video.
Would you mind if I play his video for a second?
Yeah, let's hear that. I
Look at his video.
always love to hear horrible news.
He's a pulmonary expert, just like we had the other day. And
we have pulmonary experts. Get the leaders off and bring the pulmonary experts on. Hello.
Here we go. Hold on just a second.
Let's hear Mike Hansen.
I don't know. It didn't allow me to do the sound, so let me stop it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to do it twice.
Okay. Yeah. But see, the thing is, what should be on major media is pulmonary experts, right? Not talking heads like us. Sorry. Okay. Or not politicians. Well, we're doing is that's who we're bringing on.
SARS-CoV-2. That's the name of the virus that's responsible for the COVID-19 outbreak. Wuhan, China is the epicenter of this epidemic, but some experts like Dr. Anthony Fauci of formerly the CDC, now NIH, is saying that we're on the verge of a pandemic. Now, before I get to the autopsy results of this patient with COVID-19 illness, it's important to understand the context of the numbers that we're talking about. It's important to understand the total number of people infected, how many people have pneumonia, how many people have ARDS, and how many people have died. When looking at the numbers, we should realize that they're almost certainly being underreported in China, and there's multiple reasons for this, but I'm not going to get into that right now. Although these numbers are not concrete numbers, it's what we have to go by at this point. Also, up to this point, there hasn't been any pathology reported on the disease because of limited access to autopsy and biopsy results. So these are the latest numbers as of February 18th, 5:53 p.m. That's when I'm recording this video. So the total number of confirmed cases, 75,152. Vast majority are mainly in China. On the Diamond Princess cruise ship, they had 542 cases. That brought in 14 new cases to the U.S. Previously, the U.S. was 15, but now it's 14 plus 15 gives you 29. The total number of deaths so far, 2,007. Total number recovered, 14,352. Now, based on the number of studies that are out there, about 15 to 20% or so of infected patients have pneumonia. And the number for ARDS is less than that because not all the pneumonia patients are getting ARDS. That number is probably around 5% would be my guess. So the number of deaths would be even less than that 5%. And that percentage is calculated to be around 2% or so. But again, we don't have all the numbers. These aren't concrete numbers, and these are estimates. So new studies are coming out this week, and we're going to learn a lot more about this virus. But finally, we now have a new case report study in Lancet Respiratory Medicine. This was published February 17th, and this has autopsy results for a patient who actually died of COVID-19. So this case is based on pathological findings of COVID-19 associated with acute respiratory distress syndrome, or ARDS for short. The patient is a 50-year-old man from China who visited Wuhan January 8th to January 12th. On January 14th, he developed a dry cough and some mild chills. So this is considered day one of his illness. However, he didn't initially seek medical attention, and he kept working until January 21st. He then went to a medical clinic on January 21st because by that time, he had developing worsening symptoms. He had fever, chills, fatigue, cough, and shortness of breath. So here's his chest x-ray when he first presented. On January 22nd, day 9 of his illness, the Beijing Centers for Disease Control confirmed by reverse transcriptase real-time PCR assay that the patient had COVID-19. He was immediately admitted to the isolation ward and received supplemental oxygen through a face mask. This is not the actual patient, but I wanted to give you a visual of what I'm talking about here. He was given several different medications, which included inhaled version of interferon alpha 2b, iopinavir plus ritonavir as antiviral therapy, and moxifloxacin to prevent secondary bacterial infection. He was also given a steroid, methylprednisolone, also known as Solumedrol, to attenuate lung inflammation, and more on this in a little bit. Now let's take a look at his lab results so far. You may notice that his WBC count, his white blood cell count, is low, and specifically his lymphocytes are low. And this is what we call lymphopenia. This is not uncommon with some viral infections. Some other labs that stood out here are elevated AST and elevated LDH. The elevated AST indicates some kind of liver injury. There's lots of different causes of that, including viral infections, including medication. On day 12 of his illness, after his initial presentation, his symptoms did not improve other than his fever, but he was given medication for that, presumably acetaminophen. His chest x-ray on day 12 showed progressive bilateral infiltrates. He repeatedly refused ventilator support in the intensive care unit, apparently because he had claustrophobia and therefore he absolutely refused to be intubated. So instead of being intubated with mechanical ventilation, he received high flow nasal cannula oxygen therapy. The amount was 60% concentration with a flow rate of 40 liters per minute. So he's not maxed out on the high flow nasal cannula settings at this point. On day 13 of his illness, his symptoms had still not improved, but oxygen saturation remained above 95%. Generally speaking, you want the oxygen saturation to be above 92%, maybe above 94%, but that's a generalization. Now, fast forward to day 14 of his illness, and his shortness of breath and oxygen saturation worsened despite receiving high-flow nasal cannula oxygen therapy that was turned up to the max with 100% concentration and a flow rate of 40 liters per minute. His oxygen saturation decreased to 60%, and the patient had a cardiac arrest. At that point, he was intubated with mechanical ventilation during his cardiac arrest, where he was having chest compressions and he was given epinephrine. Unfortunately, they weren't able to revive him. They soon did an autopsy after his death, and the biopsy samples were taken from his heart, from his liver, and from his lung. His heart was essentially normal. The liver biopsy of this patient showed moderate microvascular steatosis and mild lobular and portal activity, indicating that this injury could have been from the virus itself, the SARS-CoV-2 virus, or it could be from medication effect, or it could be a combination of both. And now to the lung biopsy. Histological examination of lung tissue showed diffuse alveolar damage with cellular fibromyxoid exudates, along with desquamation of pneumocytes and hyaline membrane formation. Now that's a lot of medical jargon. These findings are consistent with acute respiratory distress syndrome. Interstitial mononuclear inflammatory infiltrates dominated by lymphocytes were found in both lungs. There were multinucleated syncytial cells and atypical large alveoli characterized with prominent nucleoli consistent with cytopathic viral-like changes. So in English, basically the findings were consistent with viral infection in the alveolar areas. These pathological features of COVID-19 greatly resemble those of the SARS and MERS coronaviruses. Now let's talk about giving someone methylprednisolone or Solumedrol for acute lung infection. It's typically reserved for someone who has severe ARDS, which this patient ended up having. It's somewhat difficult to tell exactly when he developed ARDS because you need certain criteria. But it appears he went into ARDS around day 12 of his illness. His chest x-ray on day 8, day 10, and day 12 are here. You'll notice that on day 12, it's pretty obvious that he has bilateral patchy opacities, meaning bilateral fluffy infiltrates. Part of the other criteria for ARDS is having a low PaO2 to FiO2 ratio. Essentially, this is a measure of the ratio of the amount of oxygen you inhale compared to the amount of oxygen you end up getting into your blood. A low ratio indicates that the lungs are doing a poor job of moving the oxygen from the air you inhale into your bloodstream. Patients with ARDS have a ratio of less than 300, and severe ARDS is when it's less than 100. It's a little bit hard to determine this patient's ratio based on the limited details in this case report, but it can be safe to assume that his ARDS was severe before his death based on his oxygenation levels. Check out my video on ARDS for a deep dive into how we diagnose and manage patients with ARDS. Now, this patient refused a breathing tube with mechanical ventilation. If he was intubated sooner rather than later, would that have changed the outcome? It's hard to know. It's possible he still would have had the same outcome, but I can tell you that his chances of survival would have been higher had he been intubated sooner rather than later. And the reason is we can do things that have proven to reduce mortality in patients with severe ARDS. Like this patient, I do occasionally have patients who need intubation, but they refused it unless they stop breathing and or their heart stops. They say, well, if I stop breathing and my heart stops, then go ahead and do CPR and put the breathing tube in. But short of that, I don't want the breathing tube. I explained to them that the prognosis is better if we intubate you sooner rather than later. Most patients at that point have to decide, or a family member will decide for them if they can't make decisions on their own. They have to decide whether they want to be a DNI, meaning do not intubate, or do they want the breathing tube? The patient in this case didn't get intubated until after his breathing and his heart stopped. When you get to that point, the prognosis is essentially zero. Now, there are more and more studies coming out this week about COVID-19, and they're coming from credible medical journals like New England Journal of Medicine, Lancet, Nature, JAMA, and others. So I'm going to be on the lookout for these studies. If there's a particular COVID-19 topic you want me to make a video on, let me know in the comments below, and I'll do my best to make a video on that. So if you like this video, it would help me if you clicked on that like button. And if you want to see more videos from me, click on the subscribe button. And if you want to be notified of when my next video comes out, hit that bell button. See you in the next one.
Okay, he's good. Get him on.
He's right here in Durham, North Carolina. So
Really?
yes, he's right down on Irwin Drive where all the doctor offices are.
Okay, my evaluation is the guy's good. Get him on.
Well, or yeah, he's right there where where the Duke Medical Center is, the cancer center.
Where
Where the main Duke?
where all I know is the Duke Medical Center near the WADUC.
Right. So the big place, right?
Right.
That looks like a castle, and then there's 50. So he's over there. He's on Irwin Road. It's right there. Rakesh has told us about him and told us about him. I glanced at him the other day and go, yeah, and I keep forgetting. And I thank you for reminding. This is why we have a channel, folks, because Kim's memory doesn't work all the time, and but Nick, get him on.
I will. I'll go chase him down and get him on because he's a pulmonologist, and the thing is, that's like the front lines of this.
Well, we had a pulmonologist on the other day. Ankit did that. Yep.
Last week we had a pulmonologist from Bombay.
Get another one. I mean, you want to get as many of these guys as you can because that's the number one issue. And he did discuss some of the issues, which and also the journals like Lancet and the New England Journal of Medicine if you want the
He
period.
also said don't wait until it's too late. And
Did you notice what
don't
happened?
wait until it's too late. There's a rhyme, guys.
Yeah.
And the other thing that really caught my attention just because of the science of everything is that it was from an autopsy. And to me, when you get to utilize the human body for research, that's everything.
It was back in February where notice he said the amount in the United States was 15.
Yeah, but that was wrong count. Remember, we weren't paying attention to it.
But I'm just saying
We
that
were told not to be worried about it in February.
it has escalated, obviously, because
I'm going to get the gong out. Gong. They were wrong.
but we should probably bring him back on because he's probably increased his knowledge on what.
Well, yeah, no, Rakesh has shared other videos. He's been watching. He's got several. And so
I'll chase him down. I'll get him on.
no, he's right down the road from where you're moving, basically.
I realize that, where my son has a house in Colony Park, and right across the street is the WaDuke, and right across the street from there is the Duke University. So I'm really familiar with the area. It's just that
Something that a lot of people don't know is that one of the major veteran hospitals is right next door. So you've got the main hospital, and next door to it is the VA hospital. And the Duke physicians volunteer their time in the VA hospital. And there's a bridge. There's an underground bridge. I know this because I've been there with my dad, and then I was there a lot for research. And there's an underground bridge between the two, and you could go underground. It's way cool.
Yeah, and the thing is, when people ask where you're from, I remember when I was in Italy, where were you from? I said Raleigh. No one knew where it was. North Carolina. Oh yeah, they knew that. So the thing is, Raleigh and Duke University, they would know, but Raleigh is like not even on the map. It's kind of funny.
Well, let's talk about that ventilator system too. When they talk that you're on your last leg, don't wait until it's too late. I think that's a message people need to hear. They're not hearing that. We're just hearing the odds. The odds are you're not going to survive. Well, of course, I'm not going to want it. Ooh, no, don't touch me with that because the odds are I'm not going to survive.
What was Trump's comment on disinfection thing on the White House podium?
Well, what you want to do is continually increase your odds. Like I was even looking at North
Are you
Carolina.
talking about injecting it in our bodies?
Yeah. Here, I'll bring out the Lysol. I mean, come on. The thing is, talk about something good. The thing is, when increasing your odds, like even in North Carolina, they do it county by county. There's 2 counties here that only have 1 or 2 people that even have it. And so if you want to increase your odds even further, you move to places that it doesn't exist. Point Roberts, Washington has none. And so there are places that you can go to that have nothing. New Zealand has very, very few, if any, right now. But New Zealand shut off, so you can't even go to the country.
Well, any word on, isn't New Zealand where Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson?
That was Australia. They were actually
Australia.
they're actually down, I think,
Oh, that's right. They're with Willie.
they were in Melbourne filming, and that's where they contracted it.
Right. So I got that confused. No,
So again, it's all about the numbers. In other words, you're going to either increase your odds or decrease your odds. By the time you get to late stage, like that person, the odd, like you said, by the time you're in cardiac arrest or you're going down the toilet, the odds are 0. I mean, he goes, oh, wait till I'm passed out and I'm in cardiac arrest, then do all this stuff. Forget it. It's too late, dude.
And I will tell people when it's too late, a lot of times they go ahead and just mark your chart. Like when they brought me in the hospital in 2010, they put me on the floor where people never go home. Like there was no hope for me. They shoved me up there. They did not expect me to make it. I was fortunate enough to have the physician that walked through, the surgeon that walked through the ER when he did. And he worked his miracle. I was unconscious for 14 days. When I woke up, the nurses were so thrilled. And I was getting all this attention and I didn't know why. And it was because there's a live one. There's a live one.
You got out of death row. I mean, the thing is,
but I was sent to death row. Well, and that's what I call it. And I go, you got to think about these things that when your mind hears that, you accept it. So we all hear when you're put on a ventilator, your odds are very low. So nobody wants it. So let's kind of reverse that.
Right. It depends when you get put on the ventilator, like he said. But we do need to bring him on because I'm sure he has some updated information about what they're doing. But from what I have read and studied, I haven't looked at all. And it seems to me the guy reads Lancet and the New England Journal of Medicine. That
That you think is boring.
well, I think what he has is pretty exciting. I think he did a good job, you know. And see, this is what I think, that people like this should be on the television, not a bloody politician. Please do not listen to these bloody politicians, because they don't know what they're
No, they
doing.
don't care. They don't.
In law, you
Political campaign. Yes, Rick.
you elect to defer. Okay, in other words, deference is done all the time. When you have a court case, you bring in what they call subject matter experts. Okay, that people that work in the area, not people that are talking on the news, not politicians. They are not subject matter experts, and unfortunately, that's who we are listening to almost every day here, is people that are not expert, or as one attorney would tell me, they're not qualified to opine on this matter. Okay, this guy is qualified to opine. This guy Hansen that Rakesh has found for us, he's qualified to opine on it. First, he's a medical doctor. Second, he works in the area. Third, he works as a specialist in there, a pulmonologist. Remember, one problem that medical doctors have, which represent half my client base, is they have different specialties. Let's imagine you're a dermatologist. You could be the best dermatologist in the world. What do you know about COVID-19? Probably very little, because you're a skin doctor. Dermatologists look at your skin, and it's not part of their specialty. And it's just like lawyers. Everybody goes, "Oh, you're lawyers, you know everything about the law." That's absolutely not true. You eventually specialize or subspecialize in one area. You may know really well, but you don't know about half the other laws that are out there. It's the same thing on medical doctors. Now, Dr. Fauci is an immunologist, which is close, but not really a pulmonologist. So the thing is, it's somebody that you want on the air, because it's a specialty. So we do need to get those people, and those people should really be the front lines, which we're listening to, not the politicians or the talking heads. So Rakesh, speaking of talking heads, how's it going in Hong Kong? Are you guys still self-isolating, or what's going on there?
We haven't had a case for some days now.
Mm-hmm.
We're waiting for 28 days without a case, a new case.
Right.
And then we will probably reduce the lockdown. We don't really have a lockdown, but reduce some of the suggestions that people are expected to follow.
Yep.
Most people still wear a mask.
Sure.
And just wash their hands. Nobody wears gloves here. I think it's seen as a bit rude. It's a culture thing. It's not really a medical thing. But certainly everybody wears a mask.
Yeah.
Different types, but they wear a mask, and there's definitely washing.
Sure.
There are shops where there's a notice: if you don't wear a mask, don't come in.
Yep.
It's that sort of thing. Yeah.
Well, the reason I started wearing gloves, I realized how many times I accidentally would touch my face, touch my nose. Okay, when I have the gloves on, okay, it doesn't really help, because
It makes you conscious.
Yes, it makes you conscious. In other words, it doesn't really help, because what happens is you can still take the latex gloves and touch your nose, touch your mouth, or do something bad with your hands. But what it does more than anything is what you just said: makes you conscious of your hands and where they are, and then you can wash your latex gloves, and they actually work pretty good. They fit right on.
Pretty good, yeah.
But more than anything, what you're just describing, like I said, it's not a prevention. What it is, it makes you conscious of where your hands go. And then I noticed they do go on my face a lot. In other words, for whatever reason, you go, "Oh, I'm sweating." Okay, just added. Well, if I have a latex glove, I'm going, well, maybe I shouldn't do that because I have a glove on. So it's not a prevention. And then you start noticing how much you touch things that other people have touched. So I pick up the gas, thing to fill my gas, to fill my car. I touch the buttons, to put in credit cards, and you start realizing how many times your fingers go on things that other people's could go on. It's more of a conscious raising than anything. You grab, a shopping cart where somebody else could have grabbed it, and you just start becoming aware that your hands touch places where other people touch. So is it a prevention? No. Why it would be recommended? Raises the consciousness of where your hands go and how many times your hands are helping contaminating you. Because I know washing their hands, yeah, some of the doctors said, hey, you don't need the gloves, just wash your hands. Okay. If we were all perfect beings, anytime we touch something, we'd wash our hands before we touch our face. But that's not what's going to happen. What'll happen is, I forgot to wash my hands. Shoot. In other words, and you just contaminate yourself. And that is the reality of this. And that's the reason for the gloves. I don't have any magic. And when they did the mask, I do have the N95, which reduces but doesn't eliminate the virus. In other words, the virus can still sneaky way get in there. But again, it's increasing probabilities. Everything is based on, can you increase your probability to not get the virus, and then you want to increase your probabilities. If you do get the virus, can you survive the virus? And we do need to discuss in those terms because it's all about the numbers. It's just like if you go out and they're going to open the restaurants in Georgia. Oh, great! To talk about increasing. It's stupid. Okay. The thing is, we're so politically correct here. No one will say it's just stupid. Okay, because that's what it really is. It's stupid. Stupid is as stupid does. But because without any precautions, when you open up the restaurants, people are next to each other, close to each other. It increases the probability of the spread of the virus. One person gets it, everybody gets it, and that's kind of like the way it is. Oh, wow. Nervous mayor. What do you mean nervous mayor? They shouldn't be nervous about it. They just should say the truth. The governor is stupid. Okay? Because the thing is, there's a smart way to do it and a stupid way to do it. Okay, the smart way, you could open up a restaurant if you do it smart. In other words, you have things between, you have people isolated when they're in the restaurant. You have your staff wearing gloves. Okay, and that they're tested all the time. The people are tested. There's smart ways you can reopen the economy, and there's stupid ways. And when it's led by a politician, I would say you're moving more toward the higher probability that you did a stupid opening of the state. And and there was even the mayor in Las Vegas. So you should get to the mayor in Las Vegas. She's a nut. The thing is, seriously, she goes, well, we're just going to be a test case. Okay. And somebody goes, well, are you going to go to the casinos? Oh, no, I ain't going to do that. I like to stay home. Blah, blah, blah. What a nutcase. Okay. And the thing is, in reality, could you open the casinos? The answer is yes, if you do it the smart way. Why? Because if you've ever been to a casino in Las Vegas, there's huge amounts of space and people could be socially distanced. I know they put the slot machines right next to each other, but fact is they're not that crowded in a lot of casinos. Some are.
Like 200 rows of slot machines and maybe 10 people playing.
You can socially distance a lot of people, and you can open up on a smart basis. Remember, we're smart television. Unfortunately, the world is stupid television. Okay. And all you have to do is watch it. I have to turn off half the shows because I'm going, this is for people with IQs less than 100 and averaging 70 or less. Seriously. Okay. And so what happens, I just turn it off. I can't watch this stuff. Okay.
Sure. After working in the media industry like we have and doing NAPTI, I just can't listen to it anymore.
Right.
The weather channel's about it.
Yeah, but the mayor in Las Vegas needs to really get a grip, okay, about doing things smart as opposed to doing things stupid. You can easily do things stupid. And I don't think because of the governor, she can't open up Las Vegas.
I don't think she's stupid. I think she was playing Dr. Art's theory. Fine. You kids want to fight? Fight all you want. Hate each other. Get in there and beat each other up.
But they
no.
could actually reopen Las Vegas on a smart basis, is what I'm saying.
Saying, fine, do it. Because so many people were whining and complaining and being babies. I think she pulled the Dr. Art theory of fine, fight. Yes.
Yeah, fine. Go ahead and open it up and get contaminated.
Go ahead and get.
After the kids show, kids are asking questions towards that. This is the question from a kid.
The virus was
Okay, well, see, it's not really. We're not
I
really.
can see the bottom part. What does it say?
There's no vaccine until
You
2020.
take all the question asking if we can kill the virus with a soap. Why can't we have a vaccine? What are you guys doing?
Okay, well, because it's different.
So far, you have a lot of scientists and a lot of research centers. What have you done for us?
Is this Amishi, our ambassador, putting her foot down now? This is our world ambassador putting her foot down. Okay, guys, I'm sick of this.
It's different when it's hooked into your body. In other words, the thing is, it's part of your cell system. Okay, that's a whole different cat than when it's outside of your cell system, and that's one reason there's a lot of prevention that can be done before it gets into your body and your cell system. And that's one reason why some of the basics could be done, such as the mask, the gloves, the treatment, the testing yourself treatment. There we go.
Thank you.
Actually, goggles would not be bad either. There we go.
Love it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very popular in Hong Kong. That one.
Yeah, very, very popular, because see what you're doing, it doesn't eliminate the coronavirus. It reduces the problem.
Close your ears, just close your eyes, just cover your face, and you are good to go.
Yeah, everything is designed to reduce
I
probabilities.
like the pot ones that go down though, so that you're really assured that it's not coming into your breath zone. Because to me, here to here is a huge space that can become contaminated. So I think masks need to come down.
Yeah. Rakesh, if that's what they're doing in Hong Kong, okay, see, this is what I call smart. But of course, people in Hong Kong are smart compared to I'm not going to say that. I was compared to
Go ahead, I do it every day.
compared to the governor of Georgia. Okay, the thing is, it's a whole different cat there in Hong Kong. Okay, so the thing is, what they're doing is smart, because they're putting together a potential decrease in probability of being infected or infecting someone else. There's absolutely no question what they're doing is smart. And then, like I say, if they do start reopening some things, like the only problem is a restaurant, how do you eat? When you have the mask and all that stuff on. But a lot of the other industries, yeah, if you want to gamble in Macau or wherever that heck it is, or you want to go to the tables, go ahead. The odds of you getting it is greatly reduced. Then if you did testing, that would even reduce it even further. In other words, if you test people, you're going to reduce the probability even greater. It's just like I said, if you had everybody on the airplane tested, okay, and they all pass the test, and it's a high probability test that the test is good, because some of the tests out there are trash. In other words, they won't identify it. Then get on the bloody plane and fly to Delhi. I mean, there's no reason why you can't get those planes back in the air. But again, you have to have the testing, and we don't have it. And so the thing is, this is we're pushing all out vents, but that's an end game play. Okay, push out the testing, dude. I mean, the thing is, because you can do a lot with tests. In my neighborhood, I live in a secured community. In other words, you can't come in here unless you have, we're gated, okay, all the way around. It's golf course, tennis courts, and a gate. If all the people here were tested, seriously, and they all passed, and they never left the community, see, that's the problem. We do leave to go to the rest, to go get food. Then why not reopen up the club? They could. I mean, it's that's the name of the game. So the thing is, you can actually do that. You just have to jump through more hoops today than you used to. And the same with Hong Kong. Yeah, I think what they're doing is smart in Hong Kong. 28 days, wait, test everybody, very important. Let's say everybody passed, open up Hong Kong to Hong Kong people. Now, your only problem is people from outside Hong Kong coming in that can infect, and it spreads rapidly. And that's going to be the only issue. But sure, you could open up the entire city. This isn't rocket science. Of course you could do that, but you have to have everybody tested. Then you may not even need all those masks and stuff. If everybody in Hong Kong passed the test and no one in Hong Kong left Hong Kong, okay, and no new people came into Hong Kong, then you could go back to work, business, and you don't even need the mask or anything. Seriously.
People are back to work
I think
already.
with that, we need to sanitize the city as well. I think we have to sanitize the hotspots, the areas, because there are a lot of places like metals, or maybe some stores, or maybe some garages. So maybe we have to sanitize the city. That's what happened in South Korea.
Yeah,
So
yeah. Remember, once they go,
sanitize the city as well.
I think once they go 28 days, all the viruses that are out there that haven't contaminated by are dead. So the thing is, the city is basically cleaned, and then they could reopen it. But if also you want to be smart, you want to test people, because the sooner you grab somebody that somehow got infected because they left Hong Kong, came back from Hong Kong, they were delivered a product from outside of Hong Kong that had viruses on it, then they touched it. The testing can be extremely important, because then you can isolate who has it and potentially who they came in contact with. So like I said, there are smart ways to do it. I believe some of the IT people, maybe some of our startups, have developed the software and the programs that could have your cell phone is one of them. Gosh, where's my cell phone? The cell phone tracing, where they know who you've actually come in contact with and where you've been. So there are, like I said, there are smart solutions to reduce probabilities of this. We're just not getting any of that. We're getting a lot of stuff out there, which of course then you're going to get a result. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. So
Yes.
we're going to do, I don't know. Yeah, Ricky.
Just a little thing. There's a very interesting story I read today about a tuk-tuk driver in India who partitioned his vehicle, in a very cute way, so that two people could sit in it, and there's a partition right in between him and the passengers,
Sure.
and between the two passengers, so you could sit on either side and no infection.
Okay, Ricky, let's go there. Uber. We need to get John Fanning on, because his family invested in Uber, and that's where he made a lot of money. He founded Netflix, but he's been a friend of ours for years, right? He founded Napster, but then he made all his money investing in Uber. Okay, but let's look at Uber. Okay, if you were to do that, let's say that the driver has a shield between them and the passengers. Everything on Uber is done electronically. Remember, no money changes hands. Uber could reopen like that. All they have to do is remodify their cars and do that, because the passengers go in, passengers go out. Now, the passengers have to be careful in terms of wearing gloves to protect themselves from another person that may have touched the door handle.
Masks.
Okay, and the Uber driver could also clean the door handle. Uber could go up and Lyft could go up like that. There's absolutely no reason for them not to. But again, you just need to do it smart. Like I said, the airplanes could go up like that with testing, because not test all the pilots, the stewardesses, hey, test all the people that come in, and then bang, certify them, and off the plane goes. You reduced or perhaps even eliminated the possibility of you getting COVID-19, but we need to do this.
Saved so many jobs.
Of course.
Saved so many jobs.
General Motors, I saw what they were doing the other day. They were actually isolating people and getting people back to work so they could produce ventilators. They stopped producing cars, but vents. Okay. But again, General Motors did it smart. So there are smart ways to do that. The only industry I think is in serious trouble, who will have a hard time modifying, will be the restaurant industry.
Even for the restaurants in Hong Kong, you can only seat two to a table, and each table they've had to separate the tables by a certain distance, and you can go and eat there. We go.
Sure.
Our landlord, who owns a restaurant just outside, very good quality food. The chef is trained in Norway or something like that.
Right.
Very, very good quality food. We go there. We used to sit 4 to a table. Now it's just 2 to a table.
Sure.
We just take our masks off, put them in a little envelope which we've got, and that's it. And keep it on the table. We eat our food, put on a mask again, and pay a bill and go home.
Right. Well, they're going to have to reconfigure. And see, the real problems with reconfiguring, because most all the restaurants here are open platform, okay, and they need to change it to a closed platform, and that's very expensive. But that's the only thing I can think of.
Still better than shutting down.
Yeah.
Still better than shutting down.
No, I totally agree. And the same thing with a lot of companies. Like when I had my company up in Bellingham, I had 10,000 square feet office, which by the way is pretty big. And I had 34 offices for my employees. 34 of them in individual offices. We didn't have cubes. because I just didn't believe in cubes. I thought people would be more productive in their own office. But that is the way to do it. But here's what happened. I'm going to tell you what happened in the US. There was a big trend. Well, people aren't as productive in an office as they are in a cube because then they can socially interact. I'm not kidding. There are huge studies done on it. So all the IT people moved toward open platforms. I just kept mine as individual offices because I was old school and I thought, hey, it's pretty neat if I'm an employee, I get to go to my own office. So I had all my employees had their own offices. And here's what happens because of COVID-19. The platform for your employees is better for them to have their own offices and get rid of this open platform cubes, which I hated anyway, so they have to go back to that. So there are different ways, smart ways that you can actually get people moving again and working again. But here's what I hear from our leadership. And I'm sure in India, you guys are 10 times smarter than us. So you don't hear that. Nothing, nothing that is even creative or close. I mean, they're like out to lunch, I'd fire them all, but they don't work for me. So I can't. Well, I can vote. Okay.
I'm gonna share something with you guys because we've been talking about the ultraviolet sanitizers, and this is research I have done about 5 to 6 years ago in sanitizing water, and we utilize the germicidal ultraviolet lamps to sanitize water, and then we utilize certain filters and alkaline substances to put alkaline back into the water, because when you kill germs and bacteria in water, a lot of times you kill the good things too. So there's a process to all of this, that you don't just kill everything in it. You have to put the minerals and everything back into the water after you clean it. So the germicidal ultraviolet rays, I've been hearing a lot about them from researchers pertaining to being able to sanitize us for the virus. And so I've reached out to a couple of doctors because they have proven, I have seen samples where it has killed the Ebola, where it's killed the Ebola virus. Like they've got Petri dishes, right? And they put the ultraviolet germicidal lamp over them, and it kills them. How long does it take? We don't know. I've asked if they've done this with the coronavirus. But, it's interesting to me that now they're looking at this as a means to sanitize. We've seen the sprayers. We've seen various different things. And I just thought the ultraviolet was interesting because I keep showing the Darth Vader mask. And I'm asking, what do we use the saber for, right? Well, there you go. The ultraviolet saber, germicidal. It's interesting to research. It really is. They really do. WHO approves these. You get the WHO approved ultraviolet lights. That's the ones I used in my research. And they'll kill everything, including certain worms in water. So if you're like overseas, this is what you want to use. Besides they came up with the means of putting a filter over your water, like a piece of cloth, and that would take the worms out. I know it's a disgusting subject, but again, viruses can be disgusting. I wanted to share this because this is a conversation going on out there. I've received research samples. People text me research samples of what they're doing with germicide lamps with the virus. I just had to share it with you. I have a lamp in my storage outside, and I went to go get it, but I can't get to it. So I just thought I would share. But go out and look, people. If you're bored, go do some research. I'm sure there's a scientist out there that doesn't have anything else to do. Lynn, namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. That's another improvement that we could do in the U.S. is we could use this as our greeting, and no one has even gone there. I'm serious. It's safe, but also safe is the dollar store. Tell us about the dollar store. What's going on with our wonderful sponsor?
Well, we just added a new picture on the homepage, and it said "Buy CBD here," so that's new. We do have 5 CBD products, patches. Kimberly, you were talking about using patches for pain areas. As I was saying yesterday, unfortunately, some of my grandkids call me a pain in the neck, and it won't solve that problem. But In any event, so there you go. No, we have, first of all, I just want to say how wonderful the mission is of Money Masters. We're really excited that we're here to support Money Masters and providing financial education to all young people, although some not so young people probably need it as well. But in any event, we love the mission and we want to support it. We're donating half of our profits to Money Masters, and really anxious to see this get started. And you folks have gone the other direction to help us by putting a green button up on the IBM.TV channel, and if people just click on it, they can become customers. When they do, just simply signing up to become a customer. You don't have to buy anything, but you do get an immediate reward of $5 that you can apply to any purchase. The rewards program basically gives you $1 for each $10 you spend of additional rewards, and we'd love to see you take advantage of that. So go ahead to the site, click on the green button, and become a prospective customer, and then start shopping. So we have lots of things. I have to talk about the masks, the beauty masks, only because Kimberly loves beauty masks.
It's the price. Again, Money Masters, you got to think about not just what you make, but what you spend. It's the same mask. Oh my God, it is the same mask.
And there you go. Significantly cheaper, and it gets delivered right to your house.
Look at the cost margin, $20 at the counter that I had to drive to, time, gas, versus $2 to $3, and it's delivered to my door. Okay, guys, and it's the same freaking mask. Excuse me.
Now the other thing, of course, is that we have lots of snackies that, unfortunately, I understand Nick may buy out from us, but that happens. So, but like everybody else, I will mention that unfortunately we don't have toilet paper. Nick, I know, was out there scouting all over the place last week to try and find some. And we've all been bought out. I think unfortunately, I don't know where Willie is today, but I think our friends in Australia started it. I think they imported almost all the toilet paper from the United States. And yeah, Dr. Rakesh, it's true. It really is true. So unfortunately, we don't have it, and nor does Sam's or Costco or BJ's or the local food store. I know that down in North Carolina, you have some was it Harris Teeter, and and you also have Lowe's. I used to love to go into the Lowe's store in Cary because it's such a wonderful store. But up here we have Giant, and they may be Giant, but not on toilet paper. They have nothing. So unfortunately, but we have some great products. I mean, people just go through the store, click on the all categories. You can see all the different categories we have. So Kimberly, if you're running that, just click on. So we have stuff, home care, office supplies, closeouts. So there you go.
Every day it's a different closeout too. I come out here a lot, and as you notice, it's definitely things that women love, but men do too. Let me tell you what, I know a lot of men who take very, very good care of their skin, and these are like the eyelash enhancers. They're very, very nice. They do work. They really work. Again, there's nothing wrong with buying something that costs less just because it's an off-brand. Something I have learned from a lot of the famous manufacturers of the world is they do that. They'll put a different label on something that is the same product, and it's selling for a lot less. Don't ask me why, but they do. They have the same product. That's what kills me. The same product, different label, and the prices are usually like this difference. But it's branding. Again, this is what I tell everybody. That's the difference in branding. But a lot of times you're getting the exact. I'll give an example. I met the owner of Duke's Mayonnaise on a plane flight. It was kind of a funny story. We both would do the same thing. We would book our seats so that the other two were empty instead of booking first class. And somehow or another, we got shoved together. And so we're looking at each other like, this is odd. Then we got to talking, and he ends up owning, I don't like mayonnaise, but I do like Duke's if I use it. So I found out something from him, that JFG mayonnaise was the same as Duke's. Different label. Different label. Different mayonnaise, but it was, I know, but it's a Southern thing. Trust me, this is the Southern Hatfield McCoy, because everybody go, well, JFG's better. Well, Duke's better. They're the same. I know, because I met the owner. But it is a big thing in the South. Our mayonnaise in casseroles, our mayonnaise in salads. And I've never been a big mayonnaise fan, but if I did something, it would be Duke's, because that's what the family used. And it's so funny when I found out. He said it's the same recipe, same vat. And I'm like, oh my gosh. I felt like I had the world of knowledge right there. Like when I'm looking at the family arguing over them, So, but I learned that a lot of people do that. I know a lot of bottling companies in North Carolina, and they tell me the same thing. Oh yeah, we get shampoo that's of this maker and this maker, and it's all the same thing, different label. Maybe a little different fragrance, but different label, and they sell like crazy. So again, branding, we can learn business here, but let's go back to, you got shampoos and soaps. The necessity. So let me tell you, people, you're going to run out of this kind of stuff. The necessities in life. Let's switch over to this. Health supplies. The other day I pulled it up. You have all the things that we use at this house: the deodorants, the toothpaste, Dial soap. I use Dial.
Well, here's one thing. And Dr. Yu said this on Saturday when we were on the show, because I mentioned it. He looked it up and confirmed it. And I think Dr. Rakesh was on at the same time, that basically Dove soap is the soap to use, or Dawn dish soap, because
And you have Dawn.
And well, we have Dove.
I think you have Dawn too.
Okay, definitely. So, but the point is that they don't have some of the chemicals that some of the other soaps have, number one. And number two, their sudsing capability can break through the outer layer of the virus, which then helps to be able to kill the virus. So we, or at least I only use Dove. My wife likes the smell of some of the other Irish Spring, but then when push comes to shove, if she needs to really wash her hands because we've been out in public, it's always Dove or it's Dawn.
Yeah, so. Dove. So a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of models use Dove. Again, I go back to vanity because it sells, but a lot of the models, the world famous models, when you ask them, what is your number one skincare, they will tell you Dove. A lot of dermatologists will recommend Dove to their patients for skin, a lot big breakouts. I think it's because it does break down certain bacterias, but it's also just healthy for the skin. It doesn't have all of the chemicals that are bad. But there's your Dove, folks. It's very, go shop. If you need anything, it's right there. It's so easy. You can't.
That shea butter Dove is wonderful.
Oh yeah, and it smells good. I like the smell of shea butter. And,
there you go.
And they've got exfoliating soaps. They have dish soap. For some reason, whenever I try to search, it doesn't come up. But I'm not the best person for searching things. I'm not a meander shopper, though. I hate shopping. Hate shopping. And so going online and doing my search for certain items is so much nicer for me. But there's supplies for babies, and I saw that you had baby soap. There are just so many different things that you can get. There's bottles. So, don't feel like you have to go out shopping for these things. You look at these Even Flow. You got Even Flow. That's a name brand. And look how
Mhm.
cheap it is, $1.75.
Yeah,
So,
there you go.
people don't feel like you got to go out and buy these things. Get them at home. There's it's so much better on your pocketbook to shop this way. Time is, to me, time is money. And even though we feel like we have all the time in the world, but I went through every kitchen item you had the other day.
Mhm.
Not
We
that I
have
was
lots of
bored.
them. Lots of them.
I wasn't even bored. I was just curious. And again, they got stuff for pets. So, and we all love our dogs and cats and want to spoil them. And look, I mean, it's right there, folks. And just very simple chew bones,
Rawhide bones, right? There
the
you go.
brushes,
Mhm.
balls. But the rawhide bones are big. But even just the simple things that you need every day. You want clean toys. Sometimes the dogs wear them out. Trust me, I know. And I had a dog, and she loved her toys. She hated it when she tore them up. She would almost cry. And then I have to go get, and I knew her favorites, right? So I had to make sure I ordered like a bunch of them or go get a bunch of them because she had her favorite doll. And gosh, the dogs can be as bad as kids. But these are very inexpensive items for your pets. I know because I shopped for years for items for my pets. And but also think about it this way: you don't have to shop for yourself. What if you know of someone who's elderly that needs help and they need some items? You can shop here and have them delivered.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Your mom or your grandmother or your aunt is in a home and she can't get out and shop. You can't bring the things to her. Have them delivered. And these are all items that she would probably want and love and need. So, or you want to send a toy to your favorite niece or nephew. They've got toys in here or school supplies. So don't think that it's just for you.
How about your
Yeah.
the mothballs you were just showing? Now it's summer's coming. You're going to put all your wool sweaters away for the winter. You need to put mothballs in with them to keep the moths out.
Exactly.
So,
and I'm going to share something about CBD with you guys for a minute that you might not know. So I have a friend that's in the CBD manufacturing, and every once in a while, he's giving me some samples. He's a great guy, and I was scared to try it, but he gave me the kind that you could put on your skin, like the patch, right? Vanity sets in. I go, I wonder if I put this on my wrinkles, if they would kind of relax a little bit. And they do.
Really?
And he said his mom, he said, oh my God, he was laughing so hard. He goes, Kim, my mom does
So is it one of these kinds that we have?
Okay, most of what you have are like the digestive, right? He gives it to me in a jar.
Okay.
But I would think the patch would kind of be the same thing. It's a topical, right? Patches are your topical. Right. These are not drugs. I would be very careful not to put anything in my eyes or real close around my eyes. But our eyes are what get beaten up the most. So a lot of times I'll put it close. CBD is really meant to relax, calm, right? And the salve is kind of like a gel, so it feels good, like an oil. So yeah, I put it on my skin, and I mean, it's not like it 100% takes every wrinkle away. I don't think you can do that, but it does relax. The skin relaxes. So yeah,
so
and that's
the
just
patch,
a testimony.
I don't know whether I mentioned it when the last time I saw you, but the patch, our patch for $4 is 2 patches. For 4 patches at Amazon, it's almost $20.
Oh yeah.
So we are really significantly less expensive. Now,
a little jar this big, jar that you digest this big is like $120.
Wow.
And
So
you've
I'm-
got your pills here for, you know,
Right, dietary supplement and
fraction of cost.
right. So the unfortunate part is we can't yet. We don't have online stores in India. So unfortunately, Ankit and Dr. Rakesh, we apologize, but that's going to happen. Well, did I hear Dr. Rakesh? You're not
No.
in India?
I'm not a doctor and I'm not in India. I'm just a science.
He's in
grad.
Hong Kong.
Oh, okay.
He's
Okay.
just really smart. He's just like one of these people you want to call a doctor because he reads a lot and he
Okay.
researches. He's like me.
Got
He
it.
researches everything.
Okay.
And so no, he's
So I
just
think,
well.
to describe Rakeshji, he is an Indian with a Kiwi citizenship, living in Hong Kong and talking to the world on IBM TV.
Well,
He's smart. He's smart. Look at the bugs here, guys. Oh my gosh, we were talking about bugs yesterday on the kids show. We started a kids show yesterday.
oh, really?
Yeah, and it was really cute. We had two little girls on talking about COVID-19 and what they're doing, and so I listened to some of their talk. You know, bugs and things like that, right? Nature. This one, I like this one with the butterflies and things like that. But these little gadgets, you know, granted but they're small. They're little handheld things, but they're things that the kids can play with. You can reward them with. Nick's joined us. But no, Lynn, one, we want to thank you for sponsoring us, but also giving us smart options and smart solutions for spending our money.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Lynn, what do you have in the medicine cabinet? I'm just curious. What do you got? Can you?
Well, let's.
All right, give me a second, Nick. You're
Yeah.
back.
Or you're
Hold on.
scrolling
So
down.
Lynn, can you set up a bot on your dollar store so that by saying we can do
I went to my medicine cabinet, and this is the only thing I could find.
What do you need?
Go,
What?
So-
Lysol.
so go to pharmacy. If
Go to the pharmacy. I think I need something better than that. That's, you know.
You know what? Actually, Lynn, what you guys need to do is come up with a COVID-19 emergency kit. I don't know how to spell pharmacy.
We're on a conference call tonight, so we'll have that conversation. So
You know, just items. Maybe people will type in, you know, and it'd be items like Lysol, toilet paper. Just kidding. Pharmacy. I'm not very good at this. PHARA.
no, you've got it. It's there.
Here it is. Pharmacy.
It's coming up.
Okay. Let's see.
I don't know why there are no results, because if you go to if you do the go up to the all categories and
I
click on.
misspelled it, I think.
I don't think you have to do that. Just go to the all categories and scroll down
Okay.
and go to more categories, and you'll see pharmacy. So keep going.
Yeah, let's keep scrolling down. Scroll
pharmacy
down.
is based on the
Keep
categories?
scrolling down. More
More
categories.
categories.
Right at the bottom. Okay. Where did you go?
So again, you have to understand I'm using a computer I'm not used to use. There we go, more categories. And some
Press that. Now keep going. Oh, what did you do?
I know, right? Working with me is like watching that kid with
There
the
you go.
machine.
Pharmacy. You passed it.
Yeah,
This is kind of fun. It's like that game where you've got
Okay.
the little
Ty-
grabber thing.
Tylenol. You got Tylenol.
Mhm.
What is this?
The
Okay.
XL patch, like for arthritis and pains. They've got the hot patch. I've always loved that. Vapor Rub. Visine. Oh my gosh, Visine.
Yep, for your eyes.
Yep, I love
Yep.
Visine. Stuff for your lips. Carmax is the best. So look at that. Alivia La Tos cough relief.
Right.
Hot cold packs, people. This is real important. I use those a lot. So, but look at that, knee pads, knee support, all the things that you would buy at the normal dollar store here. They've got name brand stuff, antibiotic.
Oh, they even have this senior vitamin. You know what the senior vitamin is? We call it vitamin I.
Where's the senior vitamin?
It's ibuprofen.
Oh, all right. Okay. Yes.
Which, by the way, you don't want to take if
And halls.
If you have
Um,
COVID, but you have
you have
Tylenol.
COVID. Yep. We
You have
Hall.
Tylenol. You have Halls. You have menthol
Right.
pain relief sleeves, which are really, really nice.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got a lot of
And that's
pain in
just one
certain
category.
joints.
You can switch.
Yeah, that's just they got a lot. But
pages.
I went shopping around the other day. Allergy reliefs, daytime sleep aids. It's all right here, dollar store. You know, anytime somebody complains about something on my Facebook, and I know that the dollar store has something, I'm like, just go shop at the dollar store. They got this. They got a sleep aid. They got a, and you're not spending a fortune. You're not going out shopping. Anti-itch. There's aloe, guys. There you go.
Mhm.
Anti-itching aloe. Cortisone. I bet they have cortisone. I didn't look for that the other day. But if you look, they got cold medicines. They've got hemorrhoidal medicines. They got cures and prevents most fungal infections. So if you got foot fungus, probably that's a good one. Burning, you know, for burn gels. You know, like if you burn yourself, and that's probably aloe. So there you go. Band-Aids.
Very nice. Yep.
I mean, everything you can think of, anything you can think of that you need in your medicine cabinet is here. There's pill cases. I mean, come on. I mean, why go anywhere to shop for any of this?
Well, the good news is they deliver it to you, so you don't have to go
The
anywhere.
door, right? Chest rub, vaporizing. So,
Let's go to number 4. There's a lot of products here. This is like a.
oh, you want to hit Nick?
Yeah,
Nick,
let's
are
see.
you? Nick, I'm going to make you go do your own shopping because the whole world needs to go out and do this. But look, yeah, Carmex. Carmex is ranked one of the best
Good old
lip balms.
fashioned asprin, by the way.
Oh, I'm out. That's right. I'm glad we ran into that. I just ran out.
If you go to buy aspirin in Bed Bath and Beyond, for instance, it's typically, even if you buy the generic brand, their brand, it's typically for 100 pills. It's in the $5 to $6 range.
It's $5.
Yep.
And here's the thing, again, they deliver it to you. You can order 4 or 5 bottles, like, because I like to have a big stock. Because my doctors want me to take them every day. So I do. Also, a lot of people don't know this. A lot of women don't know this, but they're great if you have hot flashes. Also, if you take niacin, the flushing kind that makes your skin burn, if you chew one 30 minutes before you take your niacin, I know all of these stupid things. You can chew. So the thing is I've become very adept to aspirin. I can chew it. It doesn't bother me. And when you chew it, it absorbs in your body faster. Anything that goes into your cheek absorbs in your body faster. So any of your painkillers, if you're really trying to get rid of your pain, morphine, if you're taking more, chew it, put it in your gum.
There was a recent
I know all these stupid
study
things.
that it actually helps your gastroenterological.
It does.
By John Hopkins. So we need to do a whole series or a special on aspirin and get some of the doctors to give us, the insight on aspirin, because it seems to be something that works.
Yeah, there's a movie. There was a movie.
I was actually looking for that quincentric. That was the reason I was having you do this.
Oh, can we find? So that would be vitamins and stuff. There's your cold and flu.
Right.
So we need vitamins. I don't know how many vitamin things they have stocked, but your dollar store in general is going to have some, like the major ones, like for silver, men and women. The combined stuff. Vitamin B, vitamin C. They have. Let's see. Let's take a look.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can search quercetin and see.
I still can't spell it, even though I pulled it up. There it is. I got it.
Oh, do you have it?
But look, there's cough drops.
I know cough drops. They're good.
QERCTIN.
QERCTIN.
Thank you. I can always count on you to do that for me. Thank you. QUERCETIN. Isn't that interesting? We had 2 doctors come on 2 days ago, and bring this up. So we don't have quercetin. here, but we might have vitamins, right?
Yeah, let's go look at vitamins because see, sometimes it's in vitamins. Believe it or not, it's buried in it.
Hey, capers. I wonder if they have capers
Okay, they have the Tranquility dietary supplement.
supplements. So let's see if they have capers. Not yet, but I bet they'll get them now that they know that this is so capers and curry. And we're going to make a recipe with capers and curry, and those two things are going to be the cure. I'm down on it. I already figured this out.
wait a
I've
minute.
listened to all of these doctors, and I'm going to make a soup, like chicken soup for the soul. We're going to have a curry and caper soup for the COVID.
Nick, have you thought of the fact of the entertainment value of your president?
Oh, well, okay, Rakesh, listen to me. What was his prior job besides inheriting a bunch of real estate in New York? Okay, he was on Celebrity Apprentice. He was
He was a TV show, yeah.
TV show host on Celebrity Apprentice and The Apprentice. But actually, he was a pretty good host. I mean, I looked at his stuff. He did a good job. So the thing is, that's where he needs to go.
Well, you should hire him, Nick.
Yeah.
I
Really?
got good news for all of you guys that are here. We've got a gentleman who knows Trump better than anyone in the world. He's going to be on our show Wednesday. He's been on our show before.
Johnston from the New York
David.
Times will be on Wednesday.
He is a Pulitzer Prize author.
Prize winner. He's known Trump for years. He even wrote a book on him, and he'll be here
Let's
Wednesday.
see. Hold on. Here we go.
I have the book too. There it is.
So
Making
this
up-
is one. This is another one.
that's
He
the
is a
one I first
So
looked
the
at.
thing that people don't know about David K. Johnson is he's not just a journalist or any journalist. Okay. And he's not just a journalist that goes after Trump because it's an entertaining story. He is a financial expert.
Mhm.
That was what he studied. And again, this book right here, Perfectly Legal, was probably the most entertaining financial book I've ever read.
It's great book.
It's a great financial book too. I learned
Sure,
so
though.
much.
I knew a lot of the people that were in the book, so I was going like, okay.
But Nick, when I first met you, you go, financial literacy is boring.
It
And
is.
then I find this book after my first interview,
No.
and I laughed so hard and was so entertained. And
So yeah, he's on Wednesday. He's a Pulitzer Prize winner, New York Times best-selling author, and he'll be on our show Wednesday. And author of The Making of Trump, and he can give you a lot of insights to the president because he's met him and known him for decades. I mean, seriously, I don't know the guy. I just
Ricky,
on the Celebrity Apprentice, and
you,
I thought he did a good job on that, The Apprentice, and now the Peter Principle is coming into play. But we won't discuss the Peter
so
Principle.
somebody came on our show the other day. I think it was Amadique. And I love speaking with her. She's just so calming for me. And I think she's going to do her own show, Dr. Amadique. But she told me, she goes, every morning, the first thing I do is I turn on the U.S. news to watch what Trump is doing. And I go, oh, my God, you're so funny. But here's the thing. The whole world is looking for answers. And we need sound answers. And I think Trump tried to do it all himself, and what he needs to do is turn it over to experts like you would do in a business, right?
Of course.
With my business, if I need help with a legal matter, I call an attorney. If I need help with researching certain certifications, I hire an expert in that area. I don't try to do it all myself. You hire the right people. And I think he just, like his TV show, he tried to own it all, and he needs to back off. And he is. Somebody's finally advised him to back off, stop doing briefings every day.
Right.
And I think because what he's doing is he's doing too much putting out fires and not doing his job.
Yeah.
And
turn it to Dr. Fauci and let him do the briefings every
let
day.
him do his right. Let the experts handle that part. He needs to sit back and do his job. And his job is delegating. And if I were him, I would appoint David Walker to fixing our economics. I would I would call David and go, David, get us out of this. And I would pull together some teams of infectious disease experts and get them working on a pandemic solution. And because this won't be our first, our last, this will not be our last.
Well,
And
is it really going to go away? That's part of the problem. And in fact, with all the different strains, if we get some sort of a vaccine, is it going to be able to cover us for all the different strains?
Yeah, it's going to be.
And it's
the reason I wanted to bring the pharmacy up from more categories to a top category, because Lynn, it looks like the pharmacy is going to be. There are going to be a lot of people who are going to need to go to the pharmacy,
and that's a good point.
And I'll tell you another reason why is that I'm afraid to go to our pharmacy, because when I go to our pharmacy, I got to hang around obviously sick people.
Sick people.
COVID-19 virus. I want to go to the pharmacy online, baby. So that's the reason I was having Kim do that. I was going, I want to buy this stuff. I don't want to go to the pharmacy here, because I have to go to the pharmacy, and guess who's going to be hanging out at the pharmacy? Really sick people. I just want some preventive stuff, and I'm just going to buy it online. So rather than being more categories, it should be the category.
Well, and I've turned down treatments and going to see the doctor myself, because I'm scared I'm going to go there and somebody who didn't have the symptoms just spread everything, and then I bring it back home. And so no, I'm just staying in. Done.
I heard something interesting the other day, though, that an awful lot of the hospitals, especially urban hospitals, where people use the emergency room basically to substitute for a doctor, they just walk in. They're not going there now. So the point is that if you do have an issue that you need to go to an emergency room, you're probably going to get help almost right away, because there's nobody there.
Well, the thing is they should have handled this pandemic like an epidemic, and like they did Ebola immediately. If they were shutting down the hotels, turn the hotels, because they're local, right? And there's a lot of them, into your pandemic center. And immediately, if you suspect somebody having it, they go there. Just like Dr. Art said, we go out and we treat the patients in the car. If there's somebody we need to do an intake for. So if you do that at the hotel and then you take them in, and like Kumo said, this is what he wanted to do. He wanted to use the hotels. He goes, you throw them in the room, not that room, Kumo could be kind of blunt, but you put them in that room for 14 days. You don't let them out, but at the hotel, they got all kinds of food. We'll make sure they have food. They stay in the room. They even keep their plates, dishes, and everything in the room for 14 days. When they're cured, they're done, you bring them out. But they're not contagious to anybody, and they're not. And then you have an epidemic team wearing the epidemic clothing that is necessary to go in and clean out the rooms and treat the people. But we should have separated immediately, rather than go, they knew people would rush to the hospital. It was the first thing some of my family said, we got this, Kim. The minute we get a fever, we're going to run to a doctor. And I thought you were reading the CDC reports. The CDC even says, don't go to the doctor if you have a fever. And even my own family was saying, no. And I'm like, and no, you're not reading the news. You're watching, but you're watching the news. You're not reading the reports. So the thing is people were wrong. They were going to the hospital with a fever. That's wrong.
So I think one of the issues is the question of who's going to pay for the cost of keeping that hotel operating.
So they're closed down anyway. We're sending stimuluses to them anyway. So why not go ahead and let them continue to operate, and the government pick up the tab for the pandemic emergency. There's emergency funds, but they were paying them a stimulus anyway. This is what I didn't understand about our stimulus package when I read it. You're sending people a check for their home, and then you're sending the big companies a PPP to pay their employees, of which they weren't going to pay their employees. Why? Because they fired them. Marriott furloughed or fired all of their employees that first week that we shut down. But you're not going to be able to rehire them. But what's really cool about all these hotels is they're already stocked with toilet paper, towels, the means to clean and sanitize, because they clean and sanitize everything, right? So they were already stocked and prepared, and they make a perfect center. You've got the beds, you've got plenty of outlets. They have a TV. and a means to feed them. So in most hotels, but everyone asks, well, how will we pay for the cost of the hotel? Well, we're doing it anyway. So why not divide and conquer at this point and utilize, and hotels are local, right? There's more of them than there's a lot of hospitals and medical centers now, but what you've done now is you've divided how you're treating the people, and you're less likely to get infectious people at the hospital where people need to get their broken arms, broken legs, and whatever fixed. If I broke an arm, I wouldn't go to the emergency room right now. Would you, Nick?
Oh boy, it'd be really tough.
Rakesh.
It'd be really tough.
Leave now. Take your leave. Thank you so much. I will always
Oh,
enjoy
Rakesh, do you have something to add to that? Would you go to the hospital right now?
Out here, there's no problem. So if there was an issue, I would go to the hospital. I have a very good general practitioner, and he's easy to access now because of the distancing. I would go to him straight away. If he said go to hospital, I would go there.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, well, because in Hong Kong it's different. And I think we need to go research Hong Kong and get policies from Hong Kong. I really do.
Even in India, Modi has now said wearing a mask is mandatory.
Sure. Yeah.
So in all the cities, especially, because in the villages, it's not such a big problem now. They've contained to the cities.
Right.
So wearing a mask in Mumbai, where my family lives, both my sisters are there and my mother is there, you have to wear a mask.
Mm-hmm. Yep, smart.
I think I don't like him, but he's done a good job as far as this is concerned.
Yeah, right. That's what we need to do is do a good
Take your
job.
leave. I need to get
Oh,
my
bless you for being honest. I love your honesty. Take
Right.
care, Rakesh. God
Yeah.
bless.
So in Philadelphia, actually, they're outfitting several, at least one hotel that I'm aware of, to do exactly what you're suggesting, so that COVID patients go right to the hotel, and that's
Smart.
a great idea. But there was early on. There's a hospital that went out of business, Hahnemann Hospital here in Philadelphia, was actually associated with Drexel University, and it went out of business. It was owned by one of the big hospital chains. Well, the city wanted to outfit it because, after all, it was a hospital, and it could have done everything they wanted. And the owners of the hospital, which was not the hospital system, but they had sold it to a private investor, basically wanted the city to pay for everything and then just give it back to the owners when it was all finished. And the owners didn't owe them a nickel. And I think that the number that I heard was something upwards of $100 million. So,
Wow.
so anyway,
Too much.
yeah, that was a little bit too much for the city.
Yeah, that's what I would figure. But there are some creative solutions to this coronavirus. And one thing that Rakesh was saying is, you wear the mask, you wear the gloves, and of course in Hong Kong they're totally different. Like I said, they self-isolated and they haven't had any cases in 28 days, so they're considering to reopen, which in their case would make sense. But even so, they're opening it up smart. In our places, you can see there's a lot of things that are done that are not really smart, and I think are borderline political malpractice, but they can never be sued for that. But we're going to see the result. I think we're going to see the result. I think it's going to be very adverse, more so than people have any clue, because unfortunately this thing is very, very contagious, and unfortunately it's very dangerous. So what can you do, Lynn? The pharmacy, the reason, like I said, I was interested in that is I think that, like I said, I have to go to the pharmacy in the next couple of days. I'm like, how am I going to do this? Because the two places I really don't want to go to, one is the pharmacy and the other is to the hospital, because those two places could be challenging. So if I can buy the stuff online at the dollar store, I'm going to buy it on the dollar store.
And we're going to, at your suggestion, I will make the suggestion that we switch the orders of pharmacy.
Yeah,
And I think That's a great idea.
Scroll the pharmacy to the top, because the thing is, that's what people need.
Sure.
Access to
Sure.
that, and they don't need to go to the store to get it. They just order it online.
Absolutely.
Anyway, that was my
You
thought.
know, something else you might want to add is a link to the CDC site. Just so if people are wondering, you know, should I really take this or this, and have maybe just a link, because we did that on our site for a while there. We had a video and a link to the CDC.
But Kim, how about a chatbot, AI-based chatbot with CDC and WHO enabled on dollar stores, so that people can also see what's going on with COVID with the CDC and WHO, and also they can use the chatbot to order the stuff online.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. We'll do the chat bot. We'll do the we'll do a chat bot.
People don't have to do manually searching of the product. They can ask the bot, and then the bot will revert that whether we have it or not.
Yeah, well, we'll do. That's a good idea. That's a very good idea. See, I'm learning. We're we're learning.
And I would like to show you an ambulance converted during COVID, and you will be amazed what is this ambulance all about. So,
all right, I'll stop screen. Hold on just a second. Go for it.
So I'm going to ask Nick. I heard this morning that they're saying that people can become reinfected, which is something I didn't, or maybe I heard it, but the last day or two. And most people assume that if they had the COVID virus, that they can't become reinfected, and now they potentially.
He disappeared. Maybe he got reinfected. Ankit. Oh, he's coming back.
I'm here.
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, but the thing is, the way I understand that's quite common now. What I grew up in a half medical family because my mother became the head nurse at Tampa General Hospital. Mm-hmm. So I always got the hospital stories since I was a kid. Okay, one of the hospital stories I got, and she had all these medical books because she was the head nurse of I don't know, they had hundreds of nurses underneath her, and one thing that one of the stories she gave me was that people have relapses. Okay, in other words, they would get a virus or disease, they would be technically cured and then would come back. So the thing is, it's not uncommon, but the real problem is, and I went over this earlier, is that you got to play the odds. In other words, what is the percentage that actually comes back? And I don't think we know that yet on this particular virus. And it could be a very low percent. It could be 5%, maybe 2%, maybe 1%. And that's one reason data is so important, because data gives you an indication of the odds and where to play the odds in terms of this. Because after a while it does, and that's the reason people want data and they want testing, because then you can analyze the data and analyze the testing and make smart decisions. Without that, you're guessing, and so the thing is, we just really don't know, right? Mm-hmm. But I think what happened, they had a couple of cases where people, hey, I'm cured of coronavirus. They went about their business, and then it came back again.
Ambulances are not easily accessible.
The ambulance.
So this man and his family started their own free ambulance service using motorbikes.
अस्पताल 50 किलोमीटर जाना पड़ेगा। ये मेरे जाने का 1 घंटा लगेगा। ये बाइक नहीं, ये जीवन बचाने वाला चीज है, इंसानियत को।
Karimul is known around the region as the bike Balu because of the good work that he's doing in his community.
देखिए 5,500 से ज्यादा ले गया अभी तक। हम 19 साल चलताएगा, 19 साल। तो मेरी जो माँ का भाई हुआ था, तो बीमारी के चलते माँ को हॉस्पिटल लेने नहीं सीखा। तो रात 3 बजे 3:30 बजे माँ ध्यान हो चुका। मन में ये दूर लगा मेरे को, अगर हॉस्पिटल लेके जाता उसको, वो नहीं मरता। हमारा गांव का किसी बंदा को, किसी माँ को बिना इलाज से, ट्रीटमेंट से मैं मरने ना दूंगा। तो वो है मेरे दिमाग में आया, एक मोटरसाइकिल एम्बुलेंस के काम कर सकता है, इसीलिए एक बाइक लिया है। ये जो बाइक है मेरा, और बाइक लेके मैं कहाँ जाता हूँ? मेडिकल कॉलेज 70 किलोमीटर 80 किलोमीटर बाइक लेके, डे नाइट फ्री सर्विस। मेरा नंबर लगा हुआ मोटरसाइकिल में। इमरजेंसी बहुत होता है, बहुत। ये तो रात 1 बजे 2 बजे इमरजेंसी कल हर एक टाइम आता है मेरे पास। तो सबसे डर होता है जंगल से हमको जाना पड़ता है ना, उसमें बाइक से निकलता हाथी निकल जाए, एक पेशेंट के लेके कैसे कैसे कितना दूर मैं आऊँ, कितना दूर मैं जाऊँ। हाँ, ये तो मुश्किल का बात है ना। हम लोग का देखिए ऑल फैमिली एक काम में अभी है, ऑल फैमिली है, इसमें मैं अकेले नहीं हूँ। अभी एक काम में बहुत जोर आ गया है। हम लोग इस सेवा मेरा लड़का लोग जो करते हैं मेरे से ज्यादा काम कर सकते हैं। ये पैगंबर भाईस्ता लोग भी चलाता है, मेरे बीवी ज्यादा काम करते हैं, मेरा भाईस्ता मेरे दादा बहुत काम करते हैं। मैं लड़का लोग को भी बता के जाऊंगा, गाँव वालों को भी बता के जाऊंगा, और कुछ आदमी करने सके गाँव में मेरे काम। इसीलिए एक काम का लिए हर एक जगह में बता देता हूँ ऐसे ऐसा काम करना चाहिए। मेरे पापा माँ बहुत गरीब है, लेकिन मेरे सब गर्व होता है। मेरा सामने में आके खड़ा होता है, भैया मेरा जान पास किया, बहुत खुशी हुआ मैं भी। तो ऐसा काम करने से दिल में भी अच्छा लगता है।
Solin, you won't believe this guy was taking people on bikes from 19 years and only on a two-wheeler. And now he have added the bed basically so that people can lay down and do it. And this is, I am talking about the rural India, where
Wow.
we have problems and hospitals are still far away from there. So people are doing it as a community help. And when Kimberly said that you are not doing the way you can manage your hospitals and hotels and maybe public places utilized for the COVID patients. In India, I mean, I don't know, I mean, but we have a tendency to work for community and we donate a lot of things. So we might expect a lot of money from government, but we donate as well and try to help poor people in whatever ways we can. So you won't believe, a lot of hospitals and a lot of hotels, they have been operated by government right now. Or maybe if they are doing it, it's being run by a community where we are inviting people and doctors and whoever would love to, utilize the space and stay for an isolation or things like that. And a lot of hotels, if you know about Taj hotels, so they are supplying a lot amount of food every day to patients, to doctors, and to needed people, because they don't have any business right now, but they wanted to do something for the community and for the people. So that's what they're doing. So that's happening around India. It's not about Delhi. It's happening around India, basically. And that's why we are protecting each other and trying to do the best we can so that everyone will stay alive. And in our country, still, we believe that no one should die. It's not about that we are okay with someone dying. No one should die, basically. That is what the mindset is. And that's why we have been locked down since a while. A lot of states have zero patients, have zero quarantine patients as well. No patients, no one is in symptoms, but still they're locked down because of following the odds. That's what's happening in India.
So I'm a true believer in the data, and the data tells us whether we're doing something right or wrong. And, this is the world data, 3,000,021, and it's 1209. So it was updated since this morning, because they update the numbers only once a day, only 5 days a week. They don't update over the weekend. So I guess because they don't get paid, I don't know. But anyway, so to me, that's a significant amount of global, but you look at it globally. Nick pointed something out to us. Go to the far right column of the third one from the right, which, well, wait, something's missing. Deaths per 1 million population. If you take a look at that, that's the number you want to take a look at for how well do you have control over something. And again, this is the world, and there's something missing. Did I pull up the wrong one? The U.S. is it? The U.S. is it?
I mean, if you have to change the sorting thing, you have click a button which change the sorting. of the table.
Well, let me reset because
Do
the
it,
U.S.
do it country wise. If you click on a country, it will sort out in a different manner.
Okay, let's see. Click here. Let's see. Well, I just had it up before the show and I did a reset. There we go. There's the U.S. I was going to say, boy, these numbers were wrong when I was looking at them. So it was in the middle of resetting all the numbers. So if you take a look, we're real close to 1 million cases. As of yesterday, 4,328 new cases. We probably know that the majority of this is in New York. When I look at the United States thing, but if you look at deaths per 1 million population, that's where you want to look at.
I'm surprised to see France with 7,000 tests over 1 million. Can you see that, Kim? France?
Where? France, yes.
You can see the test.
Total test, wow, yeah. Italy did over 1.5 million. We've only done 500,000. Spain has done over close to 1.5 million. But Germany done 2 million. Russia did 3 million. That's interesting. That's very, very interesting. If you take a look at their deaths per 1 million, I guess testing works. Because if you catch it early,
Australia and South Korea.
Hong Kong just shows. Hong Kong only had 4 deaths. Hong Kong had 4 deaths in the last 7 weeks. There's Australia. They've done a total of 232,000, and they have a total of 61 per 1 million. A total of 549 deaths. Singapore, again, is very low in death rates. But again, they took on, I think, the same habits that Hong Kong did, right? I'm shocked at the low amount of tests. Well, 121,000, that's not low. But they did a lot of testing, right? 2 deaths per million. Japan, they've done 150,000 tests, and they've had 3 deaths per 1 million people. So when you look at the per capita numbers, it's a significant. UAE did 1 million tests. Again, let's take this down. Bangladesh, 0.9. Let's take I'm looking for Hong Kong. They should be. There's Hungary. Greece had 13 per million. So all of the low ones, it looked like they did a significant amount of testing. Ghana, has 0.4 people died. New Zealand, 4 per 1 million.
Here's Hong Kong, So
there's Hong Kong, only 4 deaths. If you take a look, they did 145,000 tests, which, they feel like they didn't do enough testing, but look how well controlled they are, right?
They are very close to COVID because this is the country which is close to China.
Well, they had the right pandemic answers. Okay, they apparently had a pandemic team control them, not their leaders, but they had a team. They had the answers. They had the policies in place that we did not have in place. And here's what's shocking to me: in 2017, the U.S. ranked #1 in the world for pandemic solutions. We literally won the world award. And what happened? Why? And question. I have a big question. How did we win it? By what means and tools did we use to win the Pandemic Crisis Solutions of the World Award? So I think if we look at this, and like Nick says, look at the ratio, right, per 1 million. I think you'll have the answer of who wins the award of having the answers. And if you look at how many people are in each country, I would take a look at the high populated. Where's India? I don't see India in here.
India would be on the 20th position. It's not so far. If you count people, So total cases of around 25,000. So in that in that group. India is. You need to
So
go up.
for your populated amount, the concentrated area, you've got a control over it, right? Your leaders might feel like they're not doing as good of a job because it keeps climbing, but we've learned that you've got to hit the peak.
Yeah.
Before you've got to hit that peak, and then you let the peak go down. Just like the doctor wrote the other day in Greensboro, she wrote the letter, let us get this peaked out, and then let us drop the numbers to where we barely have any people sick with it. Then let's go back out, because we can control it. Then we're starting from zero, right? Let's clean up, but let's don't say, oh, okay, we think we have it under control. We've been locked. This is some mindsets. We've been locked down for 3 weeks. We don't have it. You still don't know, and you still don't know who else has it. You know, in my mind, 3 weeks is not enough. And I talk to people who go, I'm not sure if I have it, but I'm going to stay in. You know, I have symptoms. I'm running fever, chills, hard to breathe. But they're not even going to go see the doctor unless it gets to the point that I hope they don't. And I keep saying, don't wait till you turn blue. One of the things that I have discovered in some of the stories I've read, and we've heard this today as well, is patients who were sick for a week or two, and they wait and go to the hospital, and 3 days later they die. And you go, but they got to the hospital, but they got there too late. And one of my doctors many years ago, because I was scared to death of the bird flu, like I was panic driven because I travel a lot. And this was a long time ago. I was kind of young and ignorant. And I asked him, why are people dying from this? And he said, they don't get enough fluids in their body when they get sick. If your body dehydrates, it cannot fight off the sickness. You've got to keep it hydrated no matter how sick you get, how much you throw up. And they show that in the Ebola movie that I like. They make those people, no matter how hard it is to drink this water, drink it. Every time you just drink it, and he would have a chart of when they're supposed to drink it. And they would even tell the story later. It was the most disgusting water they've ever had to drink their whole lives. But it was the people who could drink it that survived. Yeah. Right? It was the people who said, screw it, I don't care how bad it tastes, I don't care how much it hurts my gut when I put it in my body. Because if you've ever noticed, when you're really dehydrated and you put moisturizer on it, what happens? It burns. Yeah. Have you ever been so dehydrated and your skin's rough and you put moisturizer on it? It burns, it stings, right? Well, the same thing inside of your body, when it becomes dehydrated and you start putting stuff in it, it's going to hurt. And so this is what I tell people, what I learned about hydrating when you're very, very sick. If you can't get it in, drip it, little drops, and make sure it gets in your cheeks and under your tongue. But little drops of water, suck on ice if you can get ice. Some countries don't have access to ice. Another way, which I still think is kind of dangerous, but they say get a sponge on a stick like a lollipop, and you put the sponge on the stick. And you suck on the sponge, or suck on a washcloth, right? Get you a very clean, sanitized washcloth, boil your water, and just suck on the washcloth. These sound like really bad ways to do things, but it's better than dehydrating. And that made sense to me when that doctor told me. It's the people aren't dying just from the flu, they're dying because they didn't take good care of their bodies and they waited till it's too late. So what do we do about this, right? So it's kind of a strange economic day. And Nick has disappeared. I hope he comes back so we can talk more economics. And people love Nick. Nick's funny. But let's kind of talk about the economics, right? If our health goes down, our economics are going to go down. I think when our health goes back up, our economics is going to go back up.
No, I completely agree. I mean, health is related to wealth, and if you are healthy, you can create your wealth easily. And health gives you a mental satisfaction. It gives you a peace of mind. It gives you confidence. It gives you fitness. It gives you activeness, and that will automatically related to your good working ethics, and that's what the health is all about. And I think a couple of days back we had a couple of people who were discussing about the good health and what are the best ways to live a lifestyle. And I mean, so people are thinking that success is all about money, but I think that success is about good health, and good health will give you good money.
No, I agree.
Yeah. It's not just about money. I mean, money you can earn money by different ways, but if you are not in good health, you are not able to spend that money on your own. And I mean, I don't know. I mean, people are doing a lot of work and they are earning a lot of money, but they're not able to spend that money on their own in the lifetime. And that money goes to charity or maybe someone else use that money. So until unless you don't utilize your money, there is no point of earning basically. What do you
No,
think?
well, and I think that we need to stimulate that money. Don't sit on it. You know,
Yeah.
this is what I tell people: don't sit on the money. In the stimulus check you get, most people probably already had it spent before they got it. It's not meant for you to put in the savings account and save it. It's called stimulus for a reason. It's meant to stimulate back into recycling into our society. What happens when you hit an economic downfall like this? People quit spending money. People quit. Well, we're not traveling.
Yeah.
We're not shopping. So, well, unless you go online, right? But we're scared to spend our money. There's a lot of people who've lost their retirement packages. I feel that my heart just feels for them. I think somehow or another we need to get out there and help the elderly, right, who have lost their any income that they had. I think these are things that we need to think about now, not be panicking about, can I get to work tomorrow? I'm sorry, and I also think for a solution, something that the leaders didn't think about, I think in India and other countries they did, is we should have said that no rent or because it could have been worked into the stimulus. No rent or mortgage bills have to be paid for 3 to 6 months. I think 6 months if we're going to lock down like this. Then what do? You send the mortgage people and the rent people the people's rent checks. All right. You don't give the people the money because they're not everybody's going to spend it where they're supposed to. Right. You got a lot of people who are going to, I got $50. I'm going to go to Vegas and gamble, or I'm going to go on this website and gamble and see if I can make 100. So, you know, so the best thing to do is like we do for the student loan program. And it's some student loans, they actually give the people the money. And we have proven over time, when you give the people the money, they go buy cars, they go buy parties, they clothes.
Really, so Kim, what happened? I mean, you know that there are a lot of universities in US who have their entrepreneurship cell. So post these studies, they offer students some kind of stimulus, maybe $500,000 or something like that, or maybe less. I mean, if they have a setup, and the basic amount is $5,000. Okay, that they will get or they will give it to all the class members who are there on the entrepreneurship cell who wants to start the business. And you won't believe what those students do, because they don't know what's the market and what's the life after college. So they end up spending that money within Silicon Valley, meeting people, meeting VCs, and trying to understand what's going on. And after a month, they are zero, and now they have to start their own business, and they don't have any money.
Well, I told you this story. I mean, and I thought it was a brilliant idea and a brilliant young man. Is people just go and they make the videos, right? Raise $30,000 and spend $30,000 on a great video of their product dream. Not one prototype built. Not one program engineer. Because I asked, can I see the app? You raised $30,000. Can I talk to your engineers? Are you trying to develop the app? Is it halfway developed? Nothing. Yeah. So, but they had this great video, and granted, for years, a pitch deck, because everybody always says, where's your deck? I don't do decks anymore. People, I don't, if I ask for a deck, it might be because I already know who you are and I just want to see a briefing. But what I really want from anyone, if I'm going to look at investing, I want to see your business plan. Do not bring me a fancy video. I'm sorry, they bore me. I can watch Hollywood movies all day long. But don't sit there and show me that you raised $10,000 from your family and you bought and paid for a cool video. I'm sorry, I'm just, stack it up in Hollywood. So, and I love all the ideas. People have great ideas, but be smart. So if somebody had given me $10,000, of course, I know it's hard to find a software developer to build something for 10,000. I would have tried to build the prototype. I would have gotten, and I've done that. With my, but you know, built I 3D printed our watches, like, because the device that we had wouldn't fit with anything else. So we went and 3D printed the watches, all the parts to it. And so those are the things that I want to see. You know, great. You have a great dream. You have a great idea. Where's your market? You know, okay, you got this video. Let's put it up on Indiegogo. Let's show the world what your video is. And if the people buy it, then that's great. To me, that's even better. If you can go out and test market it on Indiegogo and people will buy into it, because like I watched people buy into the world's coolest cooler. Have I ever shared this story with you, Ankit?
No.
Okay. So Indiegogo, you know what Indiegogo is? Kickstarter? Okay.
Yeah.
So I go out and I got this device and everybody goes, Kim, you got to take it to Indiegogo because you're going to save lives. Well, nobody wants to save lives. This is what I've learned. So I went to Kickstarter and I went to Indiegogo, but never got anywhere. So this guy, he comes up with the world's coolest cooler. He's a guy who loves his backyard, loves his boat, right? And he decided he wants a cooler that does it all, that it's got built-in powered. You could, you know, get the ice out and it's got a blender built into it, and you put your stuff into the blender and it got a speaker built into it, and it's even got a bottle cap popper. See if you can Google it and pull it up. So the first time he did just a real dry video. Hi, I'm so-and-so. He's sitting in his yard chair. It's really like blah, right? And so he's sitting in this yard aluminum chair, and he's got his world's coolest cooler in a backyard that just doesn't look great, right? And he goes, I got this world's coolest cooler. I am the coolest guy. And it pops open, gets out his drink. He's got the popper, right? And plays the music. He got, like me, 1 or 2 buyers. Did you not? He hires somebody to help him make a great video. And I'm talking a kick butt movie style video, and it's got it's got girls in bikinis sitting in the back of the boat with the world's coolest cooler and mixing up. So you know where they're selling it to, right? So so he pulls this off, and he made more. He was the one who made more sales on the Kickstarter program than any other company in the world.
Wow.
He sold like 300 million. It was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. And my nephews bought one. So, because here's what's funny. I'm telling the story going, I can't believe this. He's not saving the world. But the first day you put it on the beach, every item in there is going to rot out, right? So here's what's sad. He had a prototype that he was showing on the video, right? When he went to build it, he couldn't get it, like the manufacturing of it and everything. So he missed delivery dates by 6 months or so. I don't know. So, but here's my story. He still made the money. He ended up delivering. I've seen it. I've seen one in person. And, but it took a long time. Like he thought, oh, I'm just going to get the orders and take it to a manufacturer and they'll be able to. No, there was certifications because the electronics, you had to get UL approvals. So all of these things he didn't know that a business person like me would know. But because of people like me, it really, like, people go, oh, she doesn't know what she's talking about, I'm just going to do it. Well, there was another company very similar, had a tracking band for children, right? They spent $1.5 million building it, designing it, and finding a vendor. I think it was AT&T, might have been, yeah, AT&T, because I was working with Verizon at the time. And it's called Philippe. And if I were a parent, I would have bought it. Why? Yeah. Because it tracks your kids and it's cute, right? So so when I design something like that, I give everybody a breakdown of the price of everything, right down to the certifications that I need. And they go, oh, Kim, you cost too much. Cut some corners. And I'm not going to cut corners, not when a life depends on it. So when they went to do a deliverable after they made some initial sales, They couldn't deliver because they didn't get any certifications. So when they went to get certified, they failed. They go, what kind of certifications are you talking about? I'm not talking about just your standard UL. I'm talking about wireless, Wi-Fi. There's a thing where you've got to make your device so that it's within so many fractions of meters from your skin at all times, right? So there's just all these things that people think, oh, I can, and even the developer who developed it didn't do that. So guess what happened to the $1.5 million investment? They had to throw it away. They had to throw it away. And they had to pay certifications. Now, certifications will not design it for you. They only certify. So they had to go back and redesign and go back, get certification, fail again, go back, redesign, go back and get certified. You know, $2 or $3 million later, they have a built, it's certifiable, and they can't go to market. They're flat broke. So again, this is probably a talk we should be having on Startup Wednesday, but it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to have it on Economic Monday, because that's economics. But the economics of it is, you know, be smart about when you're going to market. Don't cut corners. You know, contact people like me who've taken things to market like that. We're going to have a gentleman on our show after May 1st, Brad Feld, who was one of the founding fathers of Fitbits. And when you hear, go watch his story on YouTube. It's phenomenal because of all the things they didn't think about. They just thought they were going to build a watch and go to market.
That's what happened. People were using Windows earlier, and now no one knows about what Steve Jobs have been done and what kind of redesign they have done for their products. They have started with something else, and now they are using an iPhone, which is a altogether different model what they have started with. So it takes time, and that's how.
And people told me, why don't you use stuff off the shelf? My stuff needs to be proprietary with a proprietary code so it can't be hacked, because my stuff is for law enforcement. I don't want to use a phone. Can I use a phone? Yeah, I can use a phone, but that's not showing proof that it works with proprietary code. So so people kept telling me, well, just sit down. No, the phone's not going to work. And then when you deal with, and this was my background, when you deal with the telephone industry, they stop making people become compliant to universal standards. And when you do that, then you're engineering for this, you're engineering for that. I mean, you're engineering for each different type of company. And when you get down to that, you spend a lot of money. If you want to become universal yourself, like an app, right? If you want to become universal, you got to build it for this, for iOS and Apple, and for Droid. And then there's a third one. I forget what it is. But you have to build it for each one. There are each different codes.
True.
People understand. And you got to pay your software developers. They don't work for free, people. They got to eat. This is why people, this is why people go, just go get your software. I got to pay them. Yeah. They don't work for free. And here's what's funny, you know, if they did, then they would take the code and go sell it themselves. But even when you pay them, you risk that too. So be careful who you do business with. But what I want to tell you is that these things are not free for us to build. What makes them affordable for us to do is if you use them, and we get a lot of viewers, right? And if you get a lot of likes. But what people don't know as well is when they build an app, for it to stay there, every time these guys upgrade, guess what you have to do?
Yeah. That's how the industry works, basically.
So do you know how expensive that gets? People don't understand. I want to build an app. Do you know how many people? So I built my first app, right? And I did it more because I wanted the experience, but I also needed a prototype to show people how proof of concept, how something would work. So after that, everybody comes to me and expects me to build them an app for free. And I'm like, no. They think we just sit there in our PJs and work for nothing all day.
That's what happened in India. I mean, people have approaching me to do some work, and they never ask me how much it costs. It's like they think that I have a lot of people in my office, so they'll do it. They don't understand that there is always a cost involved in it. Whether you do an app, or whether you do a website, or whether you email something on behalf of someone, there is a cost involved basically, but they are not ready to understand. And when you talk about app, I mean, to say an app is easy. I'll tell you what happened. Apple did a survey in India, and they wanted to know why people are using iPhone in India. You won't believe people are using iPhone just as a luxury or maybe as a go-to thing, basically, because someone is having an iPhone. It's kind of a big deal, okay, because it's costly as compared to Android phones, and none of them have been installing any apps
Wow.
on a phone. So what are they doing with an iPhone? It's not iPhone is not just about YouTube and WhatsApp. Or
You know,
Facebook.
and I'll tell people's, you know, just because somebody is smart and they have the connections, don't abuse them. Okay. And, you know, use and then use them. It's one thing to ask them questions, ask them for help, but also offer something, right? Because it's just, it's, you know, it's their time is valuable. It's like I told somebody one time, I hate saying this and I'm not being vain, but I've done a project for somebody where I was making $2,000 an hour. They paid me that. $2,000 an hour. So if I look back, I go, wow, everything I'm doing, I'm valued at $2,000 an hour. So when somebody comes and asks me, you know, can you review this contract for me? You know, I'm not an attorney,
Yeah.
but I can review, Nick knows I can review contracts just as good as an attorney because of my business background, right? So, but that took me 2 or 3 hours of my day because I don't want to just look at it and glance at it and say, yeah, they put the highlight. I'm going to read every word. And I will tell you, I have found huge mistakes. And I found a huge mistake in my financial advisor's paperwork. No, I kid you not. So they were sending out these contracts to do conversions with all their clients, right? I read them. I was the only one. I was the only one to read them, right? And my husband and I, we have like 2 different accounts, right? So he counts on me to read the contracts, and then I tell him whether. So I read. He goes, "They're pressuring us to sign. They're pressuring us to sign." And I go, "Let me finish reading it. You just don't understand. This takes time." And it was pages, pages. So. So I read through it. I go, no, I'm not signing it. He goes, why not? I said, because if you do, then you have just, the way they worded this, they become the client now and they get all your money.
Yeah.
He goes, what? I go, they can take all the money. The way this is worded, they can take all the money. You're no longer the client. He goes, where's that at? I go, right here. And it was a huge paragraph.
Yeah.
And he goes, and he read it. He read it again. I said, if you don't believe me, take an attorney. And so I don't know if he did or not. So our advisor called and I said, before I do anything, I want you to take this to your attorneys. He told me I was the only one who ever caught it. Their attorneys never even caught it. Now, do you think they went back and rechanged all the contracts with all those people?
They won't be
No. No.
You won't read
Now,
anything. If you invest in mutual funds, if you invest in equity, no one wants to read those big financial.
I read every one of them.
And you won't believe that the fonts are, they use the font number 4, 5 so that you can't read it.
I know. So that's what I do here. See, I do this thing. I put, if it's real small, I put it on my, and I zoom.
Okay.
or I scan it into my computer and I enlarge it. So people, if the smaller the print, the more odds they're going to, but here's the thing. He told me, he goes, Kim, we never saw that. Oh my God. Now, moving forward, I know they've changed their contracts because I've read them. Now, do you think they paid me for that?
I know.
You think they should?
They should. But,
I think, I think they should. I think they should pay me for that or waive my fees for a year. But do you think they did? No, I saved them probably a huge lawsuit.
Yeah.
But the thing is you know, I missed out on an opportunity to make money, but my fear was if I made money, they could have put it all on their bank account and kept it. So those are the things I try to tell people. So like I was reviewing contracts yesterday. They burn my eyes now. They really do. They hurt my eyes. But I look at every little molecule. A lot of attorneys, they'll go, oh, it's got the confidentiality clause. Did you read it? Well, it's got a clause. It was written by an attorney. Did you? So Nick, I like Nick. He reads everything, right? Nick reads every word. I do too. And it's not fun, people. Do you ever read all of the privacy contracts on your phone?
No one does it.
People, you have no privacy.
It's all about time. I know we should go about it, but I mean, it's just the time and it's a lot of time we need to go about it.
So I used to, but I don't anymore. It's not worth it.
Yeah. There are a lot of
Yes.
see, whatever you do in online or maybe with someone, there is a contract, and you just
Always.
bypass. You have to say agree and then move on it. I mean,
Yeah.
whether it's if you use an email, if you use the Facebook, anything like that, there are a lot of contracts, and we just have to bypass a lot of things.
And what I'm granted, what I do like about Apple is their apps. They do qualify a lot of their apps. It's a 30 to 90 day qualification period. So I feel like Apple does a good job. That's why you have less viruses on Apple. Droid, I think they stepped up the game because they were getting a bad reputation. So I think going through those certification processes have been helpful. And we got our friend Mohammed. Hey.
So I think, Mohammed, good evening, and I think you should tell our viewers this is the Ramzan days going on, and what do you do and how it's all started.
Ramzan is a very pious month, and just a minute. Is it okay?
Yeah,
Ramzan is especially a very, very pious month for not only for Muslim, for everybody else. Because see, this is a month of humanity actually. We do fast to feel how a poor person feel when they are not getting the food at time. So and the water as well. So this is a taste of a poor person, how they're testing the whole life actually. And in this month, there is a special announcement also. On 12th May, there is an announcement that hopefully the pandemic will be coming down and completely moving towards the rest. Means we will be free from the pandemic, and the start would be from 12th of May. This is the belief, and this is the information spreading across the world right now. I don't know the fact, but we are praying for that also on the same way. And this month we especially do zakat. Zakat is an 2.5% on income. Whatever we are giving tax to the government in any nation, apart from that, we are giving 2.5% of our income to the poorest of the poor, so that they can take care of their livelihood. And this is the fifth pillar of Islam actually. First is accepting one God. Second is namaz, prayer, 5 times prayer. Third is pilgrimage or hajj. Fourth is this is zakat. Zakat is simply a 2.5% income. We have to pay back to the poorest of the poor.
No, I agree.
Well said.
That's those are good things that we have to consider. I mean, and everything that you're talking about. And I believe in one God. I really do. And
Yeah.
and I believe that the faith is going to get us through this, right? I really, really, truly believe our faith is going to pull us out of this. And people who have lacked faith are finding faith of some kind. Peace, humbleness, right? We got to become humble. We got to just be
Yes.
caring, like the motorcycle ambulances we saw today. Wow. And we could even use things like that to deliver things to people, right? Not just to pick up people and take them places. We
Yeah.
can use it to deliver medicines to people. We can use it to take food to people. I mean, and I know a lot of people with motorcycles and they're complaining, I'm not getting out enough. Well, okay, put a little thing on it and haul some stuff to elderly people who need their medicines,
I
right?
think we are not utilizing our resources at the best. We have a lot of resources which we are not using it. I'm not talking about the world, but if you see yourself, there are a lot of things which we can reuse it, but we are not reusing it because we can easily buy it from different stores and then we just throw that away. So if we try utilizing our resources, I think that would be a good option for us, and then we don't have to buy a lot of stuff. And also, we forgot about sharing things basically.
Yes.
In earlier
Very
days,
important. Very important.
I visited the library with a card, and then I buy a lot of not buy, but I take a lot of books. I don't see a library culture now. A library is like a thing that you have a card, you just take that book for a week or so, and then you have to return it back. So same like we can do with products basically. If you want to use a product, just
Excellent.
take it for a couple of weeks, and then you have to return back. but we are not
I-
doing it because it's all about money. People who
Well,
have
it's
money,
all
they
about disposable.
get race is all about.
Kim, I'm
It's all-
always agree with you. Always agree with you. Being a rich is not a bad thing, but being a greedy is a very bad thing.
Yeah.
We should be very careful. We should not be greedy any moment of life. Once we are greedy in any moment of life, we will be compromising the ethics of life actually.
We do.
So
Greed
whatever,
is different than wealth. Okay, this is what I tell
absolutely,
people. Greed is different.
absolutely. And second thing is trust. We have to have a great level of trust with every people, because see, this is the main thing that binds us. We are an Adam's family. Why we are an Adam's family? Nobody can say we are not Adam's family. We are the offsprings of Adam and Eve.
We are.
We are having blood relation. You are my blood relative. Ankit is my blood relative. No doubt about it. Nobody can say
So-
no. I am follower of this. I am follower of that. Whatever
no.
follower, and yeah, we are having the blood relation actually.
Yeah.
We are. We're all of the same
Yes.
tree. We
We
all
all have
came
red
from the
blood.
same tree.
That's why
Yes,
we all
yes,
have red blood, basically.
We
yes,
are. I mean, that's why
yes.
when you meet somebody, that's why sometimes you feel like, wow, I know them, right? Seriously. And you know, when you said deja vu, come on, think about it. We're all from the same DNA. We are all from the
Absolutely.
same tree. It's just we branched off into different cultures and different practices because we have different mindsets. But I think it's time that we are not divided, other than physical distancing, and that's how we will conquer this. Now you're saying May 15th is the
May 12. May 12.
May 12th. Is there
May
a
12.
particular reason for that
Yes,
date?
there is a star. There is a star name is Suraya,
Okay.
and that star will appear on the 12th of May, as
Okay.
per the
I'm
some
marking my
religious.
calendar. Go ahead.
Yes, as per the religious book. And this information is spreading across the world in Muslim community especially, because it is related to the religion actually. So whatever it is related to religion or not, but this is a very good news for all of us. So whenever there is a pandemic, and once this star comes, Surya star comes and appear on the sky, then from that day onwards, pandemic start going down actually. So
Okay.
on 12th of May, there is a special 7 nights actually, odd nights. That was the very valuable nights, and we Muslim believe that on that odd night, all the angels, especially the Jibrail or the Gabriel, you say, comes with the whole angel family to this world. And once they are coming down to the world, then there will be nothing pandemic out here, nothing the infection would be sustained once their Gabriel is coming to the earth. So this is believed that once the Gabriel will come down to the earth, then everything will be disappeared permanently. So hopefully from 12th of May, things will be coming down.
Oh, I definitely agree with you that I think that we're going to, if we do our due diligence, we're going to see that peak May 12th. I think we are going to see the peak. And then if we control ourselves, just like the doctor who wrote that letter, if we just maintain control, by June, we'll be down to where we're almost zero
Yes.
in the house. And then you have control. Then you can say, oh, we have a hot zone here, or you can track where it comes from or who has it. Then we can go to testing, consistently testing every day. And this is what I was telling Ankit, because this is Economic Monday, and Nicholas, let's take a look at how much those test kits are, right? So everybody's thinking it's the drugs that are going to make all the money. Mm-mm. The test kits are going to make all the money, because we're going to be testing people perpetually, and we're going to be testing people for their immunity levels more than we are the COVID. Because I think once you get to understand a person's immunity levels, you'll know whether they can withstand the next virus. Do you believe that there's going to be another virus, Mohammed?
Yes, it's possible, because see, we were not expecting that this virus will affect whole world actually. But now whole world would be ready next time onward. See, the moment I remember I was traveling to Kyrgyzstan that in the month of December, and we were having some information about the Chinese that they are getting infection and they are uh, uh, facing this COVID infection. We were worried that time, but we were not expecting that this will spread across the world. But right now it's clear that whenever pandemic will start anywhere in the country, it will affect to the whole community. Why? Because right now we have very good connectivity across the world. Actually, we cannot stop anybody else.
True.
So next pandemic would be more serious than this. So we have to have very strong healthcare system. Very
In
strong
here
visionary
first.
system. Yes.
In our bodies first. And this is what
Yes, in
you've
our
been
body.
sharing with us. We have to have a
Ji.
very strong health system here
Yes,
first.
yes.
And then if you're healthy, you can build your wealth, right, Ankit?
Yes. Yeah.
I think, yeah, I completely agree with Shahbaz and Kim, but I think that the way we have World Health Organization, we must have a pandemic world organization, and they would, manage how the pandemic works on the world, and then that's how they can manage, because we need to have a pandemic organization, and that would be lined up with the national organization, and so that we can work it out and do the thing. Because I don't see any pandemic organization which is working for the world, and we have to treat world as one.
Hmm.
It's not about that Africa is a different country and China is a different country. It should be a whole world, and that's how the pandemic should work. And the best brains should be there. I mean, there should not be politics and things like that. People should nominate people who wanted to be a volunteer and maybe who can work as a pandemic heads, and they should rotate whatever ways they can. And I think we have a technology to do it now. I don't understand why we can't do it now. And
See,
this is the time to do it.
this time when we talk about the PPE kit, most of the countries were not having the PPE kit as well. So more than 22,000 healthcare professionals infected with this COVID virus. So
But
Ankit, I'm very rightly you are saying. I'm totally agree with Ankit with you.
Yeah.
There should be an SOP for the pandemic across the world, the common SOPs, and
we had a-
there should be a status report as well. Which country
And it
is
should be
ready on the which
different.
level actually?
It should be a different organization. It should not be related to UN
Absolutely.
or UNICEF or things like that. It should be a different organization.
So in accounting, right? Whenever I run a company, if you run a company, you know every asset you have, right? You know every pill you have. You know every box of whatever. In the military is the same way, right? And then what they do is they take that, all of that, so they know what's in every locker, and all of that data is in one place. And then if you need a box of shotgun shells and you don't have them here. Or the better thing is that you see your usage rate, right? So you see your usage rate is up at this hospital, and you go, you know what? The usage rate is down over here. We know that we need to get the resources here. We'll refill you, but we got to move them here. What is wrong with that? What is wrong? But in the US, we have to negotiate for everything. They have to pay for every supply. And these, unfortunately, a lot of the medical people, they use disposable PPE, right? Which I find odd, but every bit of their PPE is disposable, and they only kept enough for like that current use supply for a week or two. So now they're learning to clean their PPE, but how safe is that, right?
Yes.
And because we know, but here's the thing: they're learning to sanitize and reuse their. That's what they're telling me, that we're reusing our PPE all day. So they're learning to Lysol it or sanitize it. I told my son, because he made his own masks, and they're reusable, and I said, just steam them. Use the steam from the iron, because it gets really, really hot. Or he washes his. He does the washing thing. But I think we got to get smarter. We got to get habits. Eat right. I don't think we eat enough garden food. I really don't think. Even I don't. And it's that time of year, my garden's being planted. I think all my seeds have COVID because none of them are coming up. But just very frustrating. But what do you think we could be doing today to put in place some things, because we still need to control it? We're hoping in mid-May that we're going to be able to start putting some policies together to re-engage. The U.S. jumped the gun. And we could see that was not the right thing to do. What do you think are some things we could do starting today to be prepared for May 12th?
See, whatever the world is working right now, they are on the right direction, because now we started understanding the COVID, how they infected us severely. Because now the COVID, I think the COVID is a superpower right now, because nobody is faster than the COVID. So we have now understand that how we can tackle the COVID. See, in India, yesterday I just shared with the Ankit that in Delhi, 10% recovered with the plasma therapy. So the health ministry started applying this plasma therapy somewhere in Karnataka and ICMR and some other centers as well. And these things are applying some other parts of the country. So this is a very very good thing. And yesterday I was talking to my brother, who is one of the who is the part of the clinical trial of this COVID in United Kingdom. He said that since more 3-4 days now the patients are not coming the way they are coming earlier. So a bit control is visible right now. So hopefully whole world will be on a better place in coming days. But the most of the people, see, we are not getting right now the vaccine or any treatment. So it is better we should apply the plasma therapy. This is the best way to control this menace in a better way, in a more systematic way actually. And we are
No,
getting
I
result in
agree.
Delhi also.
I agree with you with the plasma therapy. If we're seeing positive results from it, it's not a negative impact to the body,
Yeah.
right? In putting healthy plasma into another human body who's struggling anyway is not going to hurt them, right? We know that it's healthy. It's just replenishing the cells anyway. It's kind of like taking, I hate using this, but like a liver transplant, you're taking a healthy liver and putting it into a unhealthy liver person. Well, the same way with plasma, right? We're taking this healthy plasma cell and we're hoping that it's going to help your cells rejuvenate. But it's not a bad thing. It's not foreign matter. It's not something that we,
Yes,
you
yes.
know, it's a good
And it's
idea.
very simple.
I
See,
like it. Very
yeah,
simple.
why we apply plasma therapy? We apply plasma therapy for those patients who are really now going for the ICU. So for
Right.
ICU, the less percentage of patients are going for ICU. So we can stop going ICU because we can apply plasma therapy of that time.
Well, let's
So
take a, yeah,
yes.
you're right.
Mm.
Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at the stats, right? So one of the things that's interesting me about the plasma is we're wanting to use the plasma from the patients who've recovered. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Versus the new patients that are getting sick, right?
Yeah.
So let's take a look at what the plasma bank would look like. So right now we've got 893, almost 1 million people recovered with plasma we should be able to use. Am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Mm.
that's interesting to me, right? So if we look at the active cases, we should be able to treat a lot of people, especially the new people. Am I right?
Yeah,
If we,
absolutely right.
yeah,
But
so I
can
would need,
one plasma can treat only 1 or 2 patients.
right, but
People are not coming
it's-
out and sharing their plasma with us, and
but
that's
we
why
could, go ahead.
Ankit,
and
see,
yeah.
if one
Go ahead.
patient can treat 2 patients, so when we look at for you can take an example of any country. For I'm taking example of India, the recovery rate is 20%. So if you are 20% patients are recovered, so after recovery, after 14 days of recovery, they would be able to give the plasma actually. Am I right?
No, you are correctly fine. But what happened is
Uh,
that these cases are on different stages: stage 1, stage 2, stage 3.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
Plasma therapy. I mean, people who have been tested with COVID-19 and they have come out very well, and they are
mm-hmm.
fully fit. Those plasmas are being taken care of. It's not about people who have
Absolutely.
already problems as well. And
Absolutely
also,
agree.
plasma is not available around India. I mean, you know that. I mean, it's only with some hospitals as of now. So
Mhm.
it'll still take time. But if people come out in big numbers, the way they do the blood donation, so I think it will work wonders. I mean, but we must have a
Absolutely.
plasma bank. We are not having a plasma
Absolutely.
bank now. We
Very
must have
good
a,
question. Very
and
good question. Very good
and that is
question.
what changed the life. I mean, it can't be like it should be from one way to the other on the same hospital. there should be a bank which will manage the plasma.
A bank. That's all you need is but we've done it before.
Wonderful.
We have done plasma banks before.
I think,
And the thing is,
Professor
people
Edward
can
is
give plasma more than once. You can share your plasma. So
Wonderful
So we have-
suggestion. The new thing is plasma bank. And see,
Yeah.
Kim, this is one thing. And when we can tackle this situation very well with the plasma therapy, because we should not wait on the vaccine or treatment. We should start working on the plasma right away. And the second thing, we have to have the special preparation. See, sometimes may come again with the other name of virus. Like this time is COVID-19 or 20. They might come 21. So we should be well planned. The plasma therapy would be the first priority. And plasma bank, Ankit, you have given a vision to the world. This is a very, very good thing. This
I agree.
this is a revolutionary idea actually, really revolutionary idea. So this can make a sense actually. This can give a sense of security to the community actually.
No, I agree. But here's the thing. Just let's be smart with it. I think we're very excited over the plasma therapy because one, I think it's not a negative thing. It can't make people sicker or worse. But it's also I think it's had good results, but we need more good results, right? We need a lot more good results. But I think it doesn't hurt. And I think it's a means to keep trying until we do. But I agree with you. We're not going to find a vaccine. We're not going to have it.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't mean to be a pessimist, but I think that the mutated forms of viruses that we're dealing with, antibodies cannot fight them. Our human antibodies are not designed to fight man-mutated forms of viruses. Our antibodies are designed to fight nature-mutated forms of viruses, but our human bodies are not designed to fight man-mutated forms. We're not. And I just, until more research is done, I am beginning to believe, because of the way this is spreading and mutating, and our human bodies haven't been able to fight it. I believe it's more man-made than it is. I mean, and I could, prove me wrong. This is what I tell people: prove me wrong. Right now, the data shows otherwise. And I try to look at data, and yeah, you have to speculate sometimes. Even in forensics, the police have to. I've got this data, circumstantial data. And eventually you put it all together for what? Substantial. And I've heard a judge tell me that one time. Eventually I'll gather enough circumstantial data that I will find a reason to have substantial evidence at this point. But you got to speculate sometimes. And right now we're dealing with a ghost. But we have, Nick's back. And Edward.
Can you hear me?
Hello, Edward. Welcome.
Yes, Professor, how are you doing?
He's muted. Can you unmute?
Oh, you have to
Can
unmute
you
yourself.
him?
There we go. Press that magic button.
Mute yourself because you have
There he
muted
is. There he is.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everybody.
Yeah,
Good
depending where in the
evening
world
to
you
you.
are, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's the new insight here, Kimberly, about man-made? I'm joining.
Oh, it's not new, actually. It's nothing new. It's a controversy, right? Nobody really knows ground zero. You've got the speculations that it came from bats. Well, we know it didn't come from bats. We do know and speculate very strong that it came from a meat market in Wuhan. So how did it get there? And so you have to take a look at various things. And there for a while I was doing some research back in January, February timeframe, that there were labs that were doing research on the coronavirus, not COVID, but coronavirus infections for the lungs of chickens. The labs have been doing this for years to find vaccines for cattle. I believe that something went wrong in one of those labs. The chickens found their way to the meat market. I mean, to me, I'm connecting dots, right? I know that the labs existed. Right. The chicken crossed the road. I believe now I think that those labs are closed. I can't find them anywhere. They're gone. And, but they were there back in January and February. So I think that, the chicken crossed the road. Can these mistakes happen? Yeah, but you know what? Be transparent about it. Don't hide it. Don't cover it up. Don't run from it. Let's face it together. And if you were doing the research and it was a mutated form, then give us the research and let us work with it. But it was a mutated form. It was man-mutated. They were supposedly developing vaccines for cattle. But yeah, I believe the chicken crossed the road, and that's how it got in the Wuhan market. Or, you know, the Chinese guy who was supposed to be disposing of the chickens go, you know, there's a lot of people starving in China. Why do I need to be throwing away the meat? I will take it over here and sell it, make a little money for me and my family.
So I
any of those things.
So as a layperson, so the implication of this is that people who have had the virus are not going to be superheroes in terms of returning to work because of potential mutation. Is that
exactly? They're finding people are getting reinfected, so that's telling me that this is not of a natural form. That your body, it naturally, we are designed to be able to fight off viruses that are natural. That's just DNA of Earth, and it, you know. So unless science can prove otherwise, but I think it is a mutated form that we're dealing with. I truly believe it in my heart, but prove me wrong. That's what I keep telling people. I would rather you prove me wrong and we find a solution than be right on this one. But there's way too much cover up. There's way too little. You know, they're not transparent. Nobody's transparent. So they're all afraid of sharing the truth. And I hear this from every doctor I speak with. You know, so I think we need to knuckle down, realize that we're dealing with something that's not as natural as we think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the doctors that are dealing with it on front line, like Dr. Art that we had on the other day, he said that they're just dealing with it on a symptomatic level right now. That's the only way they can treat it. There is no vaccine. There is no treatment. All of these drugs that they were touting are really just, it may work for some people, but it doesn't work for others. You know, I kept saying, you know, why not just use your basic asthma treatments, because it is a respiratory, ground zero respiratory. They found sometimes it works, but we don't have enough proof that it works all the time. So
we're talking about prednisone.
Just your basic asthma, yeah.
On the research centers and hospitals, but the frontliners who are dealing with the patients are the family physicians. Because people first visit the clinic and the physicians around the corner, and then they go to hospitals and things like that. And none of them are doing any kind of research. So that's
but you know, you can improve your odds. If you look at the whole game, it's like, how can you improve your odds and what you're doing? One way to improve the odds is social isolation. Another one is to wear a mask. Another one is to wear a glove. In other words, everything that you do to improve your odds, the better off you are. The other thing is to have oximeters. Now, this is something that everybody should have, not just the temperature, but having an oximeter, because a lot of the physicians that have been on say, well, we get people walking in the hospital and they're blue. And it goes, you know, they're dead when they walk in because they never tested their blood oxygen level. Now, as an asthmatic, I'm keenly aware of blood oxygen levels. And the thing is, there's little testing devices you can buy for $29 on the internet that can actually test your temperature and blood oxygen level. So not only can we just have to do things smart. One way to do things smart, social isolation. Number two, to do things smart, wear a mask and wear gloves. And we discussed the gloves. They don't really stop the coronavirus, but what does it make you acutely aware of how many times your hand will actually touch your face or touch other surfaces that other people will touch. And at the end of the day, you take your gloves off and you dispose of them because obviously they're contaminated. Everything you do to increase your odds, the better off you are. The oximeter, along with a temperature gauge, then you will know whether your blood oxygen level is low or not. Other than that, you're just guessing. And this is a lot of the doctors have said that. So then, now that you've done all this, the next thing to do is the treatments. Getting early intervention seems to make a difference mathematically. It actually improves your odds. By the time you get on a vent, your odds are about 20%. That's not good odds. If you're in Vegas, you don't want to go play any game that you only have a 20% chance of winning. You want to play one that you have an 80% chance of winning. So you don't want to go to the vent level because that's bad. But if you do everything to increase your odds, the better off you are. Testing, like I live in a golf club community, and we're in a secured gated community. No one comes in, no one comes out. Not because we don't like people. I'm not really sure if it keeps are people from leaving or people from going. I haven't figured that out yet. But if we tested all the people that were here and they all were okay, in other words, they were all coronavirus free, then they could actually go mingle at the golf club. Right now, the golf club's closed. But if everybody's tested, you could do that. But we have to have testing. Testing is so vital that in Germany, they test people routinely almost every day. We have the technology. We can do that. And if you tested everybody, let's say that everybody that is going to board a plane, none of them had coronavirus, then get the plane up and running. There's no problem with that. But the thing is, without the testing, you're, again, rolling the dice. There may be one person in the group that's infected, and one person, unfortunately, the way this works, tends to infect everybody. So there are smart ways that we could actually, and we talked about the casinos in Las Vegas earlier today. You can open them up, but you have to have social distancing. If you added testing, it would actually improve your odds. All the Las Vegas people would like that. You know, well, we're all at the poker table, but guess what? We all tested. None of us have coronavirus. Then you can all go play Texas Hold'em, guys. Everybody in Las Vegas understands odds. And if you increase your odds, you increase your probability, then there's a greater chance that you won't get it. And if you do get it, you want to increase your odds all the way down the line. And by doing that, of course, is early treatment, early intervention, and don't go to the vents. And I know they're mass producing vents, but that's the end game, man. That's like throwing the Hail Mary. Hey, we didn't do good in the football game. Let's throw the Hail Mary. Come on.
So we know though the economics, and that's why we're here today with we're here. This is Economic Monday. I've already realized it's not the drugs that we're going to make money on in this whole mess. It's going to be the test, because they're ordering the test by the tens of the millions right now. And how I know is I'm kind of intermixed with some of that. So, but what are your thoughts, Edward? We're in this economic mess. We've got one stimulus out. The whole world is in a mess, not just the U.S. What is your thoughts on this?
So how deep is the yogurt? Is that
how deep is the yogurt? Can we put some blueberries in it?
So as we transition to the economy, let me just take note. I think the implications of what Kimberly and Nick are saying. Number one, we're not going to get herd immunity.
Right.
Number two, if I have had this awful disease and I survived it, I'm not a superhero.
Right.
So in terms of opening the economy, it's going to depend much more on, am I right, real-time testing, and individuals exercising good judgment, and as Nick said, reducing the odds every day.
Sure.
It's a constant battle.
Well, one more thing. You're missing one more thing. And every doctor that's been on our show and every other show, and including there's a new doctor in Durham who's a pulmonary expert, says immunity. Build your immunity. Period. So that is the key factor. If you're testing consistently, so we're going to have to get a test that determines that our immunity is constantly up. So that is your life cycle right there, is your immunity.
Yeah. And actually IBM did because one of the doctors mentioned quercetin as a possible thing that boosts your immunity. And IBM actually ran their mainframe, which sits in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, of all places, and it's called Summit. And what happens, they ran 77 potential cures and things that would benefit. And one was quercetin, which shocked me. It turned out as number 5 or number 7 on their list of 77. So it has what we call some merit, and that perhaps having people that would take a supplement like that would help build their immunity system. So in the event they did get it, they would have a lower probability of actually passing away. Because remember, if we're going to play the odds again, let's look at the odds from 0 to 60. If you're 0 to 60, the odds of you passing away is actually pretty poor. The real problem is you go over 60, then all of a sudden the odds go up to like 3%. Over 70, you're at like 5 or 8%. By the time you're 80, it hits like double digits. Okay, so if you're looking at the odds, if you're young, and if you were young and had no pre-existing conditions, your odds are infinitesimal that you actually would pass away. Under 60 with no pre-existing conditions. All the people that passed away under 60, or not all of them, but most of them, had a pre-existing condition. They had diabetes, they had high blood pressure, hypertension, asthma, another condition along with the COVID-19, and that caused the higher mortality. But as they head over age 60, notice the thing is that's the real problem, especially with a pre-existing condition. Now, one argument is saying, well, let people under age 60 go out freely, do everything, and quarantine all the people over age 60, and tell them that they can't play the game freely. And who knows, that might actually be the way of the future, that when you're in those high-risk categories, or you're under age 60 in a high-risk category, that you're going to have to be a lot more vigilant. But if you had a bunch of people, seriously, that went to a restaurant and they're all 40 and less with no pre-existing condition, even if they were to get COVID-19, the odds of them passing away are very, very low. And so I think ultimately it will become a numbers game and needs to be explained. Herd immunity is actually a numbers game. It means so many people have it that the virus has nowhere to go. In other words, we've infected, let's say infected everybody here. Well, there's nothing for the virus to do, so it dies. Well, I don't think that's going to be a solution. I don't think we want to infect so many people that the virus dies because it has nowhere to go. So I don't think herd immunity is going to be a solution. But
I don't think it's going to be safe. It's not safe.
Right. The mortality is too high. See, that's the real problem. The mortality numbers are too high. Realize we do have acceptable mortality statistics. I mean, in opioids, 5,000 people a month die in the United States. That's 60,000 people a year, but we made that an acceptable statistic. And so if you have acceptable mortality versus unacceptable mortality, right now around 60,000 in 2 months, we have an issue with that, and it's rising. But there are things that you can do. I call it smart solutions. In other words, you do as much prevention, build your own immunity, put your defenses up as much as possible, and then already get prepared for the treatment. Make sure you have an oximeter and something that will test your temperature, because one problem the doctors have said, can you imagine? You don't even know you have a low blood oxygen level. Now, as an asthmatic, I know, so it hits me and I go, my blood oxygen level is down. I can feel it. But I've had so much experience with it, I understand. Very few asthmatics actually die because then immediately they hit albuterol, they hit prednisone, and they actually don't die of it because they're aware they've got a respiratory issue. But people that have never been asthmatics don't know their blood oxygen level just went down. They don't know that they're about to die. They're turning blue, and then they come to the hospital, and then the doctors are going, you're too little too late, guy. There's not much we can do for you. So I think there's going to be some smart solutions, but unfortunately, Professor, I don't hear that many smart solutions from our leadership at this point in time. I wish we would have smart solutions.
Well, let's hear from Edward. Let's see what kind of smart solutions he's got for us, Nick.
Sure.
Let's hear from Edward.
All right.
Because we just scared him.
Yeah, you did on multiple ways, but I'm not going to crawl under my desk.
Okay, that's what I did during the Cuban Missile Crisis. No kidding. I actually was a person who crawled on the desk. I grew up in Tampa, Florida. They said, when that nuclear bomb hits, buddy, get underneath the desk and everything's okay. So I did that.
Yeah. So, but it is scary because last time that we got together, I talked about 3 periods, and we have the flattening the curve period, and then we have the between period, and then we have vaccine, post-vaccine. And I think what you're saying is that the between period may not be between anything. It's going to just be the future, which is scary. But let's just put that aside. You mentioned leadership, and I've been thinking about this, and it turns out that there's an economist that should be brought into the picture and into our discussion. His name is Tibout, Tibout. He was University of Michigan trained, taught and did research at Northwestern, and he studied the competition among states and cities and towns and counties.
Mm-hmm.
This research was picked up by Nobel Prize winner James Buchanan. He won the Nobel Prize in 1986. Now, why bring up this? I think it's at least, I'm taking a US point of view here, but I think we're going to enter a fascinating period when we're going to run a lot of different experiments across states, cities, towns, counties, and we're going to learn. So that's, I think, very helpful. And we're going to have competition among states. Now, this is central to the taboo Buchanan view, is that you always, if you're a government leader, you have some degree of competition due to the threat that individuals can move over time. So if, for example, you don't do a good job reopening, you may lose out, not just economically, but you'll have people leave. And I think this not to put on too much of an academic hat here, but we should be paying attention to the differences in the approaches used by different states and learn from them. Now, my own view is that the opportunity for leadership in terms of opening up the economy is it's important, but it's limited. What do I mean by that? Number one, it's important for government leaders, say governors, to give clear guidance about the phenomenon Nick just talked about, which is if you're over 65, and especially with a pre-existing condition, I mean, whatever is said about opening up the economy, you have to be really careful. Mm-hmm. So give guidance, make sure hospital capacity is up, and try to accelerate the testing routines, which I now understand based on the previous conversation are going to be much more of a real-time, everyday activity central to safely opening up. Now, after that, here's the limited part. I don't think government can do a whole lot. I don't think they should do a whole lot. If I walk into a restaurant and I'm a senior citizen and I see that the tables are all filled up and people are too close together, I don't have to go. I don't have to, sit down and expose myself. And if I'm a golfer, this one I'm bringing up because I am a golfer, but the governor of Illinois just said, we can have golf, but we can only have 2 people play a hole at a time, no more foursomes. This is the kind of micromanagement that I just find mind-boggling. And it's not Democrat versus Republican. I looked at the instructions coming out of the highly esteemed governor of Maryland. They're too complicated. Mm-hmm. We just have to tell people, exercise good judgment. And then the other, and this is my last point, Nicholas, you mentioned the idea of acceptable mortality mm-hmm. and unacceptable mortality. Mm-hmm. I think it's very important. Right now, all we hear about are deaths from COVID-19. And we better frame our expectations such that we understand there are going to be deaths. Mm-hmm. And what I fear right now is that government leaders are so cowed by the public health experts. We should listen to them, but we have to craft policy that is not just what they are telling us. We have to think about opioid, like you said, depression, child abuse, schooling, development of human capital. This is a difficult problem, and we're in a bad situation. We have to think about total costs, total benefits, total risk. And we can't, hopefully we're going to be smarter when we reopen to realize that we're going to have some deaths from COVID-19, but we have to press on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I actually live in a country club, so we have 2 18-hole golf courses and like 24 tennis courts. We're really cool. And the golf club is open. But the reason why, think about it, everybody takes their own individual cart, okay? So there's already social distancing when it comes to playing golf. When they hit the ball into the hole right now, they've actually designed the hole. I don't know. Yeah, right. You just pull your own golf. You pull your own golf ball out. So golf works. And also another vital statistic: the NFL had their biggest day on the draft in terms of viewers. They had 55 million people watch the NFL draft. which was the biggest ever, given that Hawaii Five-0, one of the biggest shows on television, has 7 million. So they actually went off the charts because, frankly, people are staying home, not having anything better to do, and they're watching the NFL draft. I mean, it's just kind of the way it is. But see, the real problem, I mean, this is what I'm looking at, is that we need to hear from the medical doctors and the people that actually work in that particular industry.
We do.
You know, what their solutions are going to be. So Friday we had like 9 medical doctors on. So the thing is, we can listen to what they have to say, because some of them work in the front lines and they have a better understanding of where we are and what we can do. But yeah, we're going to have to take some self-responsibility. But think about it, Professor, how much self-responsibility do people like to do unless they're almost told to do it? Like down south where I live, our obesity rate is 40%. So we already start with a mathematical disadvantage that people already have a pre-existing condition. Why is it 40%? If you ever come to the rural South, and I happen to live in the rural South, at least that's what I call it.
Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, the best restaurant is a Cracker Barrel.
I'm telling you right now,
listen,
Cracker Barrel is our problem.
When I moved from Seattle, because I run an actuarial firm, I moved from Seattle over to here. My wife said, "You know, the best restaurant's a Cracker Barrel." I said, "You got to be kidding me!" But she was right. Cracker Barrel, and then fried food everywhere. So everybody here is getting fried food. They're getting fried Twinkies. That's one of the big things here. And then, frankly, if you're over here, you're going like, "Wow, everybody here is morbidly obese." Okay. Now, why are they that? Because you would think that people don't need to be told what to do. Okay, that the Adam Smith invisible hand would work. I mean, that's what we hear from, obviously, the economists at the University of Chicago. It would work except the virus. Yes, but the real problem, Dr. Schneider, and by the way, University of Chicago had 2 great people. The one who created the Booth School of Management, and also his partner, Rex Sinquenfield, is actually a big chess promoter in St. Louis. Matter of fact, Rex is very well known, and I was 3-time Florida State chess championship, so I follow chess a lot. Okay, so the thing is, I follow a lot of the chess players, and so, but Rex donated all his money to chess, and Booth donated all his money from DFA over to University of Chicago, which I thought was great. But the thing is, there's a lot of smart people out there who can do smart solutions if we allow them to do that. If you let a regular person wander on their own, you need to go to rural Mississippi and see the solutions they're going to come up with. It ain't going to be good. It's just the nature of the beast, and the invisible hand, the virus ignores it. I mean, the thing is, let's face it, virus doesn't care whether or not, well, one state's going to do better, they don't. They're going to come and infect anybody, no matter what the economists say. And if you want to look at the economies, look at the economies around the world. ANCIT puts it on every day. Who's doing the best per death? It's actually Germany, because they're testing people, and New Zealand, because they did sequester people. In other words, there was actually some leadership, a hard word to describe. I mean, it is dangerous, I agree, to give politicians that ability to make decisions.
Let's take another look at an impact that has just really mind-boggled me, because I think it's going to impact our economy greatly. Crime rate has dropped considerably, and Miami, of all places, reported 0 murders in 7 weeks. They have never done this before since 1957. 0 murders in a span of 7 weeks.
Can you believe that? The coronavirus shut down murders.
You know, where you look at some things have adjusted us bad and poorly in the economics, maybe we can balance it out based on how we're going to have to spend our money. We've cleaned the ozone area, so maybe we don't have to spend as much money on doing the cleaning of the ozone and research of that. Maybe we need to pull back on some of our space research. I mean, this is not my agenda. I'm just saying, maybe we can take a look at some of the things that we're spending our money on, like you do at home, right? And say, hey, you know what? But I don't want to say let's reduce our police force. I still think we need the same amount of police, and they need the same amount of resources and funding. But we've reduced crime considerably. India has reduced crime.
There has some benefits. Crime has been reduced, and over in India, ANCIT knows this, Mohammed knows this, they can actually see the Himalayas now. Do you know? Believe what's that?
We are still happy. We didn't get a stimulus. We are still happy, and we are We are just trying to understand what Americans are doing with the stimulus.
Oh, what we're doing with the stimulus.
Yeah, I get this
Ankit,
all the time. What are you guys? And why are you
and
worried? So
and the most important thing, rather than getting stimulus by the government, the people have donated back to the government
Yeah.
in millions of dollars, millions of dollars.
in
Really?
India, yeah.
Is that
In
India? Is
India.
that in India?
And
Okay, well,
and the government took
In
from
India,
their own
yeah.
paychecks. The government
Yes,
took from
yes,
their own paychecks
yes.
and put back into the economy. So
So I would like to
what?
ask Professor Edward that when you talk about stimulus, government is, giving away a lot of money to the people. Why can't we cut taxes for a year and then manage the economy like that?
That's my idea. Yeah, that's what I want. Nick knows I love to do that. Cut the taxes.
Okay, so I think I'm here in part to stir things up a little bit.
yeah,
Right?
that'd be great.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, let's stir it up.
do it,
I
baby.
love to stir it up.
Listen. I understand, Kimberly. You're finding some silver linings here.
Yes,
Good. All right.
yes,
20.
it is good.
20 some percent, according to my colleague at Yale, 21% of us, or maybe 29%, somewhere in there, can work at home. Well, that's great.
Mhm.
I mean, I get to clean out my stuff and sell on eBay and reflect and so on and so forth. But 79% of people are really in big trouble. They can't work at home. Our unemployment rate is skyrocketing, 15%. Small businesses are getting hammered.
Yeah.
So I do appreciate the silver linings, but it's a tale of two cities for people like us, probably, and people who are trying to actually go to work and run small businesses. So I think we have to get the small and medium-sized businesses going. And then I'll stir up one more thing with Nick. And I think this is always a tough problem. How much direction do you give to people, and how much do you encourage them to make decisions on their own? But you just said exactly, 5 minutes ago, exactly what people should be doing. And don't we, at some point, especially given the potential duration of this crisis, need to trust people and really tell people this is on you? And the other reason why I would say, I'm a little bit concerned about putting too much guidance out there and having the government do everything in terms of deciding, is it flashing green or flashing yellow, is that I don't think governments can figure out all the myriad of situations in which we're going to have to exercise judgment and reach decisions and enter into contracts and transactions. It's just too complicated. So I think we're stuck with individual judgment, aren't we?
Well, it would be nice.
Wow.
I mean, the thing is to have self-responsibility
Wow.
is something that you have to preach people to do. But to think that the humans are going to operate like computers, if you tell them to do A, they're going to do A, that's not true, because we're always going to gravitate toward the mean. And so the thing is, I have to be beat up all the time, because the thing is, I love this thing called junk food. See, there's Pringles right there. Okay. And if somebody like my wife doesn't come in here and rip my Pringles away from me, this thing will all be digested by today. And see, that's the reason why you need to have some leadership. Now, I'm very fortunate. My wife and my dog tell me what to do, but a lot of people don't have that ability. And so what they'll do is they'll stay home, watch IBM TV, and eat Pringles all day. And then they gain weight, and then they won't do anything healthy, because somebody has to, unfortunately, give them what they call guidance. I totally agree with the macro management, because as a tax attorney for 37 years and a professor at Northeastern University's graduate tax program, the Internal Revenue Code is bloated with micromanagement. It's insane. No one even knows what the rules are, because there's way too many of them to know. And why do they have them? Sometimes they're put in like 1974 and they just stay there because no one reviews them. So the government does have that tendency to what I call micromanage a situation that doesn't need to be micromanaged. What we need is good management, also individual responsibility. No one ever, doctors don't even want to tell it. I know Dr. Ratner, do you ever tell a patient who comes in saying, wait a minute, you're way too overweight. You need to lose weight. Now, some of them do. They said, look, this isn't good. Your BMI is out of proportion. Because it's really hard to tell people that they've got to change to better their own particular situation. One of the doctors we had on here was saying that recommended that the client be intubated and put on a vent immediately. They were in deep trouble. The client goes, no, I don't want to do it unless I'm under cardiac arrest. And he goes, you know what the odds are when you go to cardiac arrest, I put you on a vent? It's like 0. And you know what happened to that client? He died. I mean, and so the thing is, you do have this Darwin, if you believe in Darwin awards that are being handed out right, left, and center. But I believe part of the reason the Darwin awards are being awarded to these people is they're not getting the proper education in this area that they could be given. And then, of course, it could be the human choice: do not resuscitate, do not intubate, and then go ahead and die. That's what I call an acceptable mortality statistic, which we do have in this country. At least life insurance companies use them all the time. They go, we know that these amount of people are going to pass away every year, and we expect it. This, unfortunately, for the life insurance industry is not good, because you have now unacceptable mortality statistics that aren't built into the model. So some insurance companies, even today, because I got a report from my company in Salt Lake, they go, if you're over age 70, a lot of companies are not going to underwrite you. You don't get insurance.
All right. So I just wanted to offer the contrarian view that I have a lot of faith in the American people, in the resourcefulness and heroism of just normal, everyday people. And I already.
That word?
Good to have some positive thinking out there.
Well, as a surgeon, I've seen people do pretty extraordinary things. And I think that we are witnessing today people doing extraordinary things, like expecting people to shelter in place. Yet here we are all together doing this together. Right. And I have had multiple conversations of people who just wanted a different idea about how to pivot. So for example, I was talking with somebody who works at Indian casinos, helping create intimate environments. Mm-hmm. And he was just bemoaning the fact that what's going to happen to his business? It's dead. And I said, no. I mean, how is it that you can create an intimate kind of experience in a time of social distancing? Mm-hmm. So I think if we just put the seed out there, that go ahead, let your imagination run wild. Let's see what we can come up with. I see that as our future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's a lot of different ways to do that. There's a lot of different ways to do that, because the casinos certainly can have social distancing. If you go to Las Vegas, you're going to see there's a lot of these slot machines, and certainly you can space them where people aren't getting close to each other. You can disinfect them, but also you can do like Germany. They test people. If you had all the people that come in the casino and they're all clean of COVID-19, then you just actually did is you increased your odds that you won't get that. It's all about the numbers. Can you increase your odds so that the odds of you getting it are minuscule, and the odds of you, if you had to go into a hospital, becomes minuscule, and then it becomes basically acceptable mortality, because very few people die.
But we're talking about re-entry policies, but sure. I think right now the concern is and I have to agree with Edward in many ways, that that we have to get the small businesses back up and running again, because they are what feed our community.
Of course,
small businesses are the lifeline and always have been. And if we let the small businesses go, and what we notice again, Nick, we said the stimulus package was truly a bottom up. It wasn't. Right. There were companies that got $20 million that could have gone back to the small companies just as easy. And my thing is why are we giving Ruth Chris $20 million when that $20 million could have gone to my small medical practitioner that is out of PPE equipment?
I can answer that question real easy. They have better lawyers. Okay, so anyway.
No, they have better CPAs, and they filed. Here's where it was unfair. They had CPAs and lawyers who read the bill the day it came out, rather than waiting for next class, and they filed the paperwork
What do you
a
mean?
week before you had to file. They
What do
had
you
it
mean read it
filed.
before it came out? We read these things while they go through committees in Congress.
I know, that's what I was
Okay, so the
doing.
thing is, it's not like, oh, we're going to read the bill as it come out. No, the thing is, we got
No,
people
they were
tracking
reading.
these
That's what I'm
bills
saying.
as they're going through the House Ways and Means
But-
Committee way prior to that getting passed. So when it comes out, we can isolate and make our move for our client. Come on, we don't
Right.
wait
But
till the last minute.
every Joe and Jane out there that is a small business didn't do that.
Well, they're
They
at a
were
competitive
waiting for the red
disadvantage.
flag. They were waiting for
Ask
the
Professor
checkered
Schneider.
flag
They're
to drop and go,
competitive
race
disadvantage.
cars,
That's the reason you
race
have
cars
economies of
ready.
scale.
They were
That's the
waiting
reason
for
you have
that.
economies of scale.
They did not have the
You know?
education.
How much a legal attorney charges for filing a stimulus in US?
In the well, see, the thing is, they actually have a
They
scale
ran
of
out.
what you can charge if you're applying for the loan. Then you have your independent hourly rate, which ranges around 450 to 750 per hour. So the thing is, you got two ways to bill.
But they
And
ran out of money.
As an
So it
attorney,
doesn't matter. They ran
remember,
out.
no, we got refunded again. But remember, as an attorney, you have your two best friends, Bill and Sue.
Bill and Sue.
Okay, you always got to remember that, because as long as you have Bill and Sue with you, you're going to do well as a lawyer in this country. So,
No, the mortician's doing better than both of them right now.
right now,
So.
they're doing better in both of them. But the thing is, right now, you could actually reopen a lot of places, including the casinos, as long as you do it smart. You know, because there's a lot of space. And also small businesses, they allow Walmart to be open, but my vacuum cleaner, I need my vacuum cleaner fixed, okay? There's not that many people that are in that shop at any given day during the good economy. You can easily socially distance. Why did they close my vacuum cleaner shop? They don't need to do that.
Okay.
Yes, Professor.
This is the example I've been waiting for. You've got Pringle crumbs on the floor.
Yeah.
You need your vacuum cleaner.
Yes.
And we don't need the government to tell us that the vacuum cleaner store should be closed. I
don't.
I mean, we have.
They can give guidance, but
So
the
I
thing is,
think
they
it
still
just
put
needs
up
to
the
be
bloody
knowledge,
vacuum
though. They never gave us, they were never transparent with us. Okay, CDC had high classified meetings and reports that they were generating back in January. I even saw a press conference where a couple of them got reamed by a couple of senators. Why didn't you just tell me? Well, you know, that was classified. But they weren't transparent. And if you don't have the knowledge, you don't have the right stuff to fight this off. If I had the knowledge of Kim, you could keep your store open. But if you have a lot of people in there at one time and you're not keeping things disinfected, somebody might get sick or you might get sick. Then I'm going to say, okay, here's my policy. You come into the store, you wear a mask.
Yeah.
You come into my store, you wear gloves. Then I wipe everything down, one person at a time. But I didn't have that knowledge. They didn't share that with me. They were not transparent. They lied to us.
And the other problem with the government is, you know, Professor Schneider, they have one rule
they were
that applies
honest.
to everybody. They do one rule, it applies to everybody. So everybody has a small business shuts down. That is not smart government, as you know. That's dumb government. I mean, and so the vacuum cleaner guy got shut down, and I'm going like, why? There's nobody in his store. In the meantime, you can walk in and out of Target, walk in and out of Walmart, where lots of people are there, and they guide you through little things. But I could go to my vacuum cleaner store. There's only me, the vacuum cleaner person, and when I'm in there at any point in time, there's only one other person there. But they take one rule, it's applied uniformly through everybody. It's just not smart.
But transparency makes you smarter. Knowledge makes you smarter on how to deal with the situation. And if they had been transparent and honest to us up front, we would be like Hong Kong right now. If you look at the data tells the story. Hong Kong never shut down. They closed off international flights. They closed off China, but they never physically shut down. All their businesses operated. Why? All of their businesses did this.
Yeah.
All right. Restaurants were only allowed 2 people. Why? Because they told their people the truth.
Yeah.
So I agree with you, Edward. If we were given the right information, we can. But if you're not given the right information, you're a complete idiot.
And we already have the experimentation.
You're flying an airplane when you should be flying a car.
Ankit, put up the world information. Ankit, you have the world information. We already have the information out there.
I agree with you.
Statistics, you know, because if you look at the data from the rest of the world, you can then figure out what this world should do. We don't need the states competing for good and good ideas and bad ideas when the world has already done that for us, and we can see what the bad ideas and the good ideas are out there. At least there's data indication. It's not going to be 100%, but it can give us data indication. And Germany, of course, I guess we'll eventually go. There we go. Let's take a look.
I have faith in people if you give them the right information. Just like Dr. Vicky said,
the United States is the world leader. Look at this, Dr. Vicky. We're leading the world in coronavirus. We predicted over a month ago that we are going to have 1 million. We did at IBM TV, 1 million people infected by the end of the month. We're getting really close to our number.
We're almost there. Well, this is 3 million for the world.
That's for the world, and that's the deaths. But let's scroll down where you can see the data from the rest of the countries. This is real.
U.S. We're right where we predicted. We're right where we predicted, Nick. That's the difference between you and I and them is we know how to do data.
Is this representative, sir? Is this representative of the best healthcare system in the world? Is this representative of the world leaders and the group that spends the most on the healthcare system? Is this the result you would expect from the world leader? I say no, this should not be the result. So somewhere along the line, there has been a failure in our system where we wouldn't be the world leader in a place we really don't want to be the world leader. However, when you look at this, the most important data actually appears third from the left. Deaths per million population, 169. Remember, deaths are just raw data, but if you look per 1 million population, that becomes more important. We have 169, and we see Germany at 71. Germany beat our tails. We have more per 1 million. And then you got to figure out, well, why did they beat our tails? You go further down, you see Russia and China, and you discard the data because the data may be better.
Let's go even better. Let's go down to Hong Kong because we have them on the show with us a lot. So we get to hear. They never stopped working. They never stopped.
Yeah, but they assuming again, you've got to assume the data is good. Is that it? 4 deaths? They have, but the population's only 7 million, so it's really death per million.
But it's 0.5 per
Lord.
1 million. Let's see if I can get it.
No,
Every time I read.
How far down is Hong Kong?
No. You went further down. You need to come a little up.
You found Hong Kong?
Grandkids got a better memory for these than I do. And I don't know if they move around based on their.
The data's updated.
As you're looking for this,
there it is, right there. There it is.
Total cases 1,038. Deaths per million. Whoa, that's good for them. 0.05. And that's the important thing. That's not very many. So the thing is, whatever
somebody we need to pattern ourselves after for a pandemic situation.
Check Hong Kong versus New York City. Who wins? It's not even close. So who would you want to follow? What the people did in New York City or the people in Hong Kong? And you can argue, well, the people in New York, they live on top of each other. What about Hong Kong? I mean, it's not like they're spread out in Nebraska. Come on, they're living on top of each other, but they were managed properly. So the thing is, managed properly made a big difference. They did close down. They do wear masks. They do self-protect. And the thing is, what is the total result? Well, they have 4 deaths and 1,000 cases out of a population of 7 million, where we're off the charts in New York City. So somewhere along the line, there's been a big failure, and they're right next to the epicenter. Now, the only other argument I can see is the Hong Kong data is incorrect. In other words, we're being lied to. But if the data here is correct, then we have some really serious things we have to look at. I believe the German data is correct, but we do have a lot of data that's already in, and we can hypothesize from the data what our moves should be next in terms of the virus. And some of the data is good. Some of it's what we call corrupted bad data, but there's not much you can do about it. You can only hypothesize which ones.
So Nick, I'm gonna before I get more depressed.
Why are you? Professor, you just go play golf.
It's been great interacting with you, and I look forward to the next opportunity.
Okay, great. Well, good to have you on, and thanks for coming. And this is another good thing we learned from Natase, or whatever it is. Okay.
Namaste.
Yeah, that stops the spread of coronavirus. Just a good thing.
And happy economics.
Yes.
I know that you've got answers for us. I know you do. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor.
Be well.
See you back.
Bye.
Bye.
I agree with you. I think there's a way.
Yeah.
I think there's a way. I agree with him. Vicky, welcome, Doctor.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, I missed your show the other day, but let me tell you something. I told a lot of people about that, and they really want to do a special on that. Especially, I hate to say, the financial advisors who want to learn how to work with physicians, and a lot of the financial advisors are clueless. They need some education there. Did you write a book on that also?
Yeah, I've written a couple of books. The Myth of the Rich Doctor and the 9 Money Mistakes that doctors make.
Wow. Okay.
And so I'm kind of a cultural anthropologist looking at doctors and their relationship with money. It's kind of interesting. In the United States government, we have this separation between church and state.
Right.
And in the field of medicine, we have this ethic that the care that a patient gets should be independent of a patient's ability to pay. So boomer physicians like myself were just trained not to talk about money. And many, many doctors have lost lots of money in what I call dumb doctor deals. But listen, we can go there, but there's something important that I wanted to say. You were talking about the disparity in COVID, and you were mentioning that we in the United States, spend the most on healthcare. But I want to point out that there is good data that suggests that we are not getting the bang for our buck that other people do. So I've pulled out a report here. The headline is, among 11 countries, U.S. ranks last for healthcare outcomes, equity, and quality. So there's this myth out there that we have like the best healthcare system in the world. I wish that were true. We spend the money, but we're not seeing the outcomes.
Oh, I think the coronavirus just proved you right. Okay, because the thing is, like I said,
the data shows everything. That's what
we should have, given the amount of money that we spend on our healthcare system, we should have had a better outcome than Hong Kong or Germany or a lot of these other countries that are just, frankly, they're beating our pants in this particular area. So, yeah, it is.
Well, first off, we fired our pandemic team. We were ranked the world's best for pandemic teams, and we fired them. And then, 2 years later, we're dealing with a pandemic without the team. And a lot of these other countries, they listen to their doctors, their top leaders in infectious disease, as opposed to just the leader himself, who was smart enough to say, I surround myself with smart people. I am going to listen to them. But we didn't do that in this country. And instead it became a political game, not a medical game. This whole thing became politics. I don't know if you agree with me, Dr. Ratner, but I think that we lost our humbleness. We lost our respect for humanity, because everyone made this an economic situation. And like Ankit says, we're all happy here in India. We're flat broke. We don't have any money, but it was about the people. And I think that's one of the things that I enjoy being on the show with Ankit, is that there is no stress in their country. As soon as I hang up with him, do you know what the first thing I have to deal with?
Tell us.
Finances.
That's
and woo, what am I going to do? I got to pay the bills. I mean, but for 4 hours, I'm on a show. We're talking about some progress that doctors are making, how wonderful things are in other countries. Hong Kong gets to go out to eat every day. Their businesses didn't suffer, So we got these solutions. We know these things work. Why are we not implementing them? Maybe Vicky can help us. Dr. Vicky, maybe you can help us realize psychically. Go ahead, Ankit.
A lot of viewers are asking us that they are stuck in some part of the world, maybe some other city, and they're not at home during lockdown, and they are mentally disturbed because of that, because they are staying at some other place, maybe a friend's place, maybe a cousin's place, and they are not able to come back to their home. How they manage the mental?
How do you do that? Hey, you're stuck in cyberspace in another world. How do you deal with that, Dr. Ratner?
I'm sorry, could you repose the question?
So, solitary in another country because you're stuck in another location and not your home, that you've had to become sheltered down in another world. that
Right.
isn't your home. How do you deal with that mentally? That's what he's saying. There are people reaching out right now asking, how do I, because mentally that's disturbing. It's
Okay,
disturbing
so-
enough when you're alone, but
So, I mean, I'm not even out seeing people in my community. I'm not engaging in religious practices that I normally do. So it doesn't matter if you're separated by a country or separated by just a couple of miles. I think the best thing to do is just recognize this is hard. This is a big price that we're paying, and then use technology like this to get in touch with people. You know, we're not alone. We're all in this together. And when you think you are alone, I think a great thing to do is just think about, okay, what is it that I want in any moment? And figure out how you can get it. Do you want to just share a joke? Do you want to touch something? You know, I talked about my neighbor coming over and petting the dog. She was just here last night again. So you can get what it is that you want once you just recognize what that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the thing is, what city are you
I agree with you.
Dr. Ratner?
I'm in Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. Okay, where in
Twin
Minneapolis?
Cities.
Right,
The
well,
Twin
there's
Cities.
Minneapolis, there's St. Paul, there's Edina, there's Bloomington, there's Coon Rapids, there's Minnetonka. What city in Minneapolis?
Little Canada.
Oh, Little Canada.
Little Canada. Where's that?
It's in St. Paul. We've got these little maple leaves on all of the street signs.
Right.
It's very funny.
Yes, right. It's a beautiful place to be during the summertime, by the way. You know, I used to fly up there during the wintertime, and I spent one day when there was these mounds of snow all over the place. I'm going, what's this? Oh, that don't melt till May. I'm going like, no, you don't understand. This is my last flight during the wintertime in Minneapolis. But they love that stuff. I mean, they're, you know, you're from Minneapolis. They kind of like that stuff. They're into that.
They have a Calhoun Square there too, and so
Really?
I've been. The Vikings are my. I'm one of their biggest fans.
Oh, really?
No kidding.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, you
great.
should watch our football show. We have a football show. I'm on it occasionally, and they love it because I'll wear my jersey and.
All right, well, tell me about targeting doctors. I told my business partner about this. He fell over his chair. He goes,
okay,
this is something that financial advisors struggle with. What's targeting doctors? How does this work?
Okay, so I started, well, it's a long story, but I started helping doctors achieve the personal, professional, and financial rewards that attracted them to a career in medicine.
Mhm.
And what I found is that unless and until doctors had the financial foundations, they were limited in choices. Like I spoke with a physician who had this vision for a multidisciplinary weight loss retreat. And I said, this sounds awesome, but you know, it might be a while before you monetize this. How much in savings do you have? She said, savings? I don't know how I'm going to meet next month's mortgage. And I said, well, I really can't advise you to take any sort of financial risk. So I've talked with hundreds and hundreds of doctors about their money stories. And I think that we are very fortunate. We get paid very, very well for what we do. But most doctors, believe it or not, have a really hard time translating their high incomes into true wealth, the freedom to do what they want to do when they want to do it. And there are a number of good reasons why this is the case. But I think that since half of doctors are behind in retirement planning, this is pre-COVID, and only half are working with professional financial advisors, we know that the ones who are working with the advisors are more likely to be in a position of having the freedom to do what they want to do when they want to do it. And I thought, you know, how do I leverage my efforts? And I thought, well, if I could help financial advisors understand doctors and their relationship with money, understand how to engage them, that's the biggest impact that I have. But the problem is that there is this culture of medicine that makes it really difficult to happen. And this is illustrated on my favorite show, my favorite episode of Shark Tank. So this doctor went into the Shark Tank to get funding for his company, Syndaver. They sold synthetic cadavers. This is $1 billion market. There were already millions of dollars in sales. The sharks were all engaged. And I thought, man, this guy's going to get a 5-shark deal. But then the questions started like, tell us about your revenue. Tell us about your profitability. And they're on national TV. This doctor said, well, I suppose I could be making lots of money if I wanted to, but money's not that important to me. Service, making a difference is what's important. And with that answer, 4 sharks were out. He got a deal with Robert Herjavec that fell apart within a couple of weeks. And the problem was not the value of the company, the value that this guy brought. It was a question of not having cultural competency, right? Not understanding the world from the buyer's perspective. And so I think that financial advisors have the same challenge as they go in and they try to engage doctors. They're not saying the right things. They're not understanding that doctors are driven by service, not by a bottom line. Mm-hmm. And if more financial advisors could really understand what it's like to be a doctor, what's important to us, what's the best way to engage us, they're going to be more successful. Now, listen, I get that there's a whole bunch of people struggling, and physicians are a very fortunate group. That said, I will also tell you that there are specialists, many specialists out there whose elective cases have been canceled to flatten the curve. We don't want the demand for healthcare resources to exceed the supply. So elective cases are off. Even patients who have cancer are not getting their chemotherapy right now. Mm-hmm. So we've got a huge number of physicians whose incomes overnight dropped from 10 to 90%. And the American College of Surgeons projects that they're not going to get back to operating until at least the third quarter. So what are these doctors doing? And I spend most of my days figuring out what these doctors can do, how their value can transcend their ability to treat any given individual patient in a certain way. But doctors need help right now. I know that this is not a popular thing. I generally don't have these conversations outside of the medical community or outside the financial services community. But this is another impact of COVID-19.
Well, I have a whole stack of financial advisors that I float with because I've been in the industry for 37 years who would love to hear your story. So what I'd like to do, when you have time in May, just give me a date that you can share your story with them, and I will flood you with these financial advisors that would love to read your book, by the way. I didn't know there was a book out there.
I'm going to get her book. She's got 3 or 4.
Just email me the date and the time, and you'll be stacked with financial advisors.
Let's do it now because doctors need help now.
Look, whatever is good for you. Okay, so the thing is, just email me.
Well, we can, and the thing is that there have been a lot of requests for the kind of advice that Vicki's giving, because it's not just about surviving one virus or surviving another future virus. It's about just surviving life impacts as it is, period. And that any of us get hit with an impact. The problem is that a lot of times we make choices that we have regrets with, which is one of the books that she has is about making these choices without regrets.
Right.
So, and I have a feeling that book is more about caregiving without regrets. It's more about making choices. But I know we need to wrap up. And I asked Ankit if I could share a special interview before you leave, Nick. I want you to see this. Because this goes along with what we're talking about, the economics, the soundness of health and wealth and health. And so I want to share this with you. So bear with me, because I have never shared from here yet. So just give me a second.
You got to press the button. Ankit knows how to press all the buttons from New Delhi.
No, I'm doing it. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on just a second.
Oh, yeah. That guy looks familiar. Okay. That looks like Doug Tillett from the Federal Reserve. That looks like you. You got to turn the voice on.
Volume. Kim, we can't hear.
We can't hear. No can hear.
Okay, hold on. I'll stop. Hold on. Okay, because this is really good advice.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You got to have the voice on.
Unmute.
Hold on. So, yeah, hold on. Let me. Where do you think the mute is? Hold on. Because you got to hear what she has to say. Hold on, because this is beautiful.
You need to unmute.
All right, let me try it again. Okay, got it. You know what? Technically, we're learning a lot, if you hang out with us, you'll learn how to do all of this. And here we go. Let's see. I'm actually usually pretty good about this, but let's get this
program. And so I put in my essay that the connection between them is that, like the similarity between them is that when you're being financially healthy, you're putting money into your bank to be financially healthy, and you're investing and you're doing everything to make your financial self healthy. And then for your physical health, you're exercising, you're putting good food into your body to make your physical self healthy.
So feeding your body, feeding the bank,
yes,
greens, right? Pretty much makes you healthy, right?
Yes.
Green in the bank and green in the
your
body. Very good.
Really learned a lot. Like I never knew what stocks were, what investing was. I learned methods to save my money properly, and I learned a lot.
And can you tell me what the Money Savvy Pig says for us?
Save, spend, donate, and invest.
Well, my teacher.
All right, there you go, guys.
Yeah.
That's our future, right?
Yeah, that's actually a program the Federal Reserve puts on. We were very fortunate to do a 5-part series in Chicago with the Federal Reserve of Chicago, which I think covers Minnesota. So the vice president let us in and do a whole series with them. But they actually put together money literacy programs because, as you know, one problem that we have in this country is that you don't take Finance 101 or Mortgages 101 when you're in high school or college, or frankly, even Retirement Planning 101 is not taught in any major university, which has been a big beef of mine because I've been a professor at Northeastern University for 10 years now, the lead faculty for retirement plans. And I went around the country to look at all the universities, the major universities, and see where you can take a retirement planning class. The University of Chicago doesn't offer one. Yale doesn't offer one. Harvard doesn't offer one. Stanford doesn't offer one. Not uncommon that you can go to all these major universities and never take one retirement planning class. It's just
well, but what I was hoping is that people could hear the message from such a young youth, right? How powerful that was about your physical healthness, your physical fitness, how important that is, and it's also important to keep your financial fitness.
Right.
This was what she wrote in her essay, physical as well as your wealth, right? So you need to manage both, physical and financial. Yeah. And so her message was, but did you hear her talk about, I really didn't understand what stocks were, but she got into it. She learned what stocks were. Why do you invest? I mean,
stocks, bonds, mutual funds, investing. I mean,
this is a kid talking like this.
We underestimate the kids. When I was playing chess,
exactly, they'll learn anything.
They will learn anything.
You just got to feed it. You got to feed it.
We were told that you couldn't learn chess until you're high school. Today, where they teach chess players, the best ones, elementary school. Because the elementary school kids will pick it up like that.
Mr. Elliott can teach them when they crawl.
For years, there were myths that you couldn't teach them this stuff. You can. We just have to design our education system to teach financial fitness. We call it financial fitness rather than literacy to people in elementary school. That's it. But
but you need to be physically fit and you need to be financially fit. And when you have the two combined, then you got health and wealth, right? Wealth and health. You got a wealth of health and a health of wealth. And people just don't get it. But one of the talks we had with Edward and Vicky, God love her, she believes in the human spirit and resilience. But something I learned this past year in a conversation I had with one of my doctors, and I overheard him in the other room talking about politics and people just, they want freedom. And I go, no, not, you know what freedom is to most people? They go to work every day, they make a paycheck, and they come home, they don't have to make any decisions. Freedom to people is different for each person. Some people want freedom from politics, some people want freedom, and so, but sometimes freedom for people is just, I want to go to work every day. I don't want to think about when I go home, I want to open up that refrigerator door, cook dinner for my kids. I don't want to think about anything else. I don't want to think about my taxes. I don't want to think about anything.
I just want to sell Dr. Vicky's book. I just want to sell her book. I know the financial planners.
Well, okay, Nick. So here you go. All right, tee up. You got the golf club.
Sure.
You got the golf cart. We
Right.
got Vicky. She's got books. Let's do our book interview series. Let's
Well,
get it started.
I want her specific.
We've been talking about it,
I want her
Vicky, and
specifically for my group of financial planners, and as soon as she gives me a date, we're going to flood her with these wonderful financial advice.
interviews.
You know,
But let's do these book interviews. You keep wanting to do a book show, and Vicky, help me. You mentally help me prepare him. Let's do the book show. We can do Vicky first because she likes this
I'm all
live
in.
interface,
I'm all
and
in.
she's prepared. We can get and Nick. We could do our book interviews.
Yeah, well, Max wants this, so the thing is, I got to get this thing lined up with Vicky. You know.
Okay, I'm here. It would be my honor, because I'll tell you, I'm on a mission right now to help doctors, and I think financial advisors, they're going to be like the financial advisors on the front line once we get through COVID, because then we're going to be dealing with a pandemic of financial fallout.
Sure, you're spot on that one. Yeah, because we've had a lot of physicians on, because all the ones that are in elective surgery, bariatric surgeons, or people that are just they are not doing anything right now. They're basically out of business. It will restart and they'll do well, but having a good financial coach makes all the difference. But I will send you, I have like 780 financial advisors who report to me. So I got them just in my pocket, but then I got another line that has another 600 or 700, another line that has another 600 or 700. I mean, they're all over the place. They would love to work with financial doctors, but I think you're hitting spot on. They don't know exactly how they think. They have no clue. They think totally different. So we're going to get you together with them. We're going to sell a lot of books. Okay, that's for sure. No, I think like a financial guy, I'm thinking, how do I get a commission on the book? Okay.
I'd be happy to give you one.
We'll talk. We'll get that going.
Tim will do it.
And,
We'll work on that.
and Kit, let's get our ambassador up and tell the world what we need to do.
We're signing off. Okay, great. Thanks.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? ओके, हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अछू अछू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
We'll have to train Americans to do this.
Oh, that was adorable.
That's our ambassador. That's our ambassador.
The future. But the thing is, Americans have to learn to do this.
What we did yesterday, we had a play reading yesterday. We did a play reading called Little Love on our TV show, and then followed by we have a kids talk show. We had 4-year-old kids from different countries who were talking about COVID.
A kids talk show.
Nice.
Our leaders.
Yeah.
And followed by a physical cafe by Alexandra, and she's from South Africa, and she did perform really well. And it was an hour long movie. I mean, the show, but it took maybe 2 hours, and it was a very great fun. And I think people and viewers are having a good time.
A lot of time.
It's a good Sunday for us.
So we're not just about talking about COVID every day. We're talking about the healthy lifestyles that we could be leading, inspiring, some good fun while you're staying at home and have nothing to do. We got the music cafe on Sundays. I felt like I was at a cafe. I pulled my chair outside. I had a glass of wine, and I sat there, and it was awesome. So,
I live on a little cul-de-sac, and there are lots of kids here, and they are just doing adorable things. But I just thought to myself, why don't I have like a little course for them about the body? And why not? Why not?
I do too, and we'll do that. But I think we need to wrap up because we're getting started again. We always do that.
Get the airplane flying, Danica.
Nick likes that part.
Get on the airplane. I'm going to New Delhi.
Southwest.
I know Southwest. Southwest didn't go to New Delhi.
Take care and see you soon. Bye-bye.